been live on Twitch, not television. It feels so foreign. Actually, what was my last stream? Was it like a week and a half ago? It would have been Sunday. Yeah, so it would have been the 28th of last month. So yeah, basically a week and a half. Hi Dusky, nice seeing you. Hi Sparky, hi Lan. Lan caresses your text box wherever it is. There we go. Hold you softly. I was looking through your DMs as I was going live. I hope you're able to relax pretty soon. I know you have to work tomorrow, which is not normal for you, but still, I hope you can still relax a little bit tonight. Dusky, whenever I get news about the plans and the finalization of them, I'll let you know. I'll probably just bug them tomorrow morning if I don't hear anything, and then we'll figure something out. Hi, Lurk. Hi, TD man. Oh, you've been given the day off? Let's go. I'm so jazzed for you. Hi, Lupin. You're lurking and missing little old me. Ugh. I thought, okay, I'll probably put my alerts off because if I have a bajillion dragon redeems, I'll literally never get through anything. But thank you, Lupin, for the 28, oh, sorry, 30, whatever the frick it says, months. Lurking and missing you. It was nice seeing you. Frickin', I don't know if you feel this way, Lupin, but it's like, I feel like I never got enough time with literally everybody at the con, but I feel like that's impossible to get enough time. I hung out with Lan basically the whole fucking con, and I'm like, God, I didn't get enough Lan time. Hi, bitch, you're lucking in. That's me, right before any recap stream. I was lurking in Decky streams yesterday, and Noodle was like, I have to hear, I have to see the way that the Caliph does the recap because apparently it's very magnanimous. Do I have an entirely illustriously too large of a pure ref? And I think it was Ibid in my Discord. It was like, yeah, that'll be like 7 days. It's not going to be that bad. The last two Anthrocons, I'll admit, both took 2 recap streams to get through. But we're just gonna be hanging out. Just gonna be chilling. I still need to sit down to the weekend to kind of like perfectly parse through all my thoughts and all my feelings, not just at the con, but like future goals. It's fucking so hard to like get back to routine after a week plus long trip. Let me tell you, I've been tired the past couple of days. I have not been a busy boy the past few days. Thank you, Penny. Thank you for pinning that land. Little old you. Howdy, freak. Hi, James. Hello. Hi, lime slushy. That's a cute blink emoji. Let's see. You'll get to sleep. Good. Good. Rest. Rest. I'm petting your text box wherever it is. Hi, Scrumbular. Scrumbular, did that fucking message that I try to send you in the middle of the dealer's den actually send? Checks my DMs with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Chad, I actually saw a couple people wearing this shirt, but as soon as I saw it in the dealer's den, I'm like, I have to send this over to Scrumbular. I I talked to the people manning the booth. I'm like, I have to get a picture of this because I know somebody with an actual sneeze enjoyment. I guess I'll just say fetish. And they're like, that's nice. I don't know if they thought about that audience. I guess they just thought it was a bit. I thought it was for real. Thick dirt. We all love thick dragons. Hi, Lukey. Good night, Lukey. Hi, Ven. Ven. Ooh, ooh. If you had a streaming career, I would love to see your recap. I imagine there's so many thoughts swirling through you. Also, so fucking funny, Ven, that like, was it one day after Anthrocon your badge was finished? Or sorry, your ref sheet was finished? I know you were saying like it's gonna be done after the con, and then it was like done literally right after the con. Lamau, Arky, hello, Volk, hi, Taryn. Thanks for using your Prime and little old me for almost 2 freaking years. That's crazy. Hi, Cynic. Volk, nice to see you. I'm excited to see literally everybody in VR chat tomorrow. Asterix, I'm gonna be late to VR chat. For people who don't know, Merle is visiting one of their boyfriends. I think they only have one, but I'm just gonna say that. Merle is visiting their boyfriend, and they just happen to be nearby-ish my location. I'm being very vague. I'm gonna get dinner with Merle tomorrow and meet their boyfriend for the first time. So, I'm probably not going to be in VR chat early because I'm going to prioritize my Canadian friend who's visiting because who knows when the fuck I'm going to see them again because who outside of America wants to come to America right now? Not anybody I know, but they're here right now and I want to see them. Hi, Chiro. Chiro, thank you for crashing, quote unquote, my Bakersfield with cactus. Very fun. Cute nails, thank you. They're chipping slightly because it's been over a week since I painted them, but I'm still happy with them. Hi, Felix. Hi, husband. Hi, Red. Aren't you doing errands? Probably gonna quick chime in. What the hell do you mean, probably? I mean, there's a lot of stuff here. I got a lot of shit I want to talk about. And tell stories about all these sorts of things. And actual lore, Red, not exaggerating, for the last 2 ACs, it took me 2 streams to go through my recap. Because I wanted to talk for like 6+ hours about it. And I probably will this time. Koyoliolio, hi. Pretty keyboard, thank you. Also, Magnus, I'll have you know, it was so funny. I think, was it 2 days ago? That was the first time I have ever talked in a Northern Lion stream, and 2 people recognized me. You were like, whoa, a Kelif. Another person sent me like a makeout sticker, and it's just like a common NL enjoyer. So yeah, I type once in a Northern Lion chat, and 2 fucking people talk to me about it, which is so funny. Hi, Derek. Hi, Hurry. Hurry, lovely seeing you at Anthrocon. Thank you for the smooches. Thank you for the big number. Derek, as I already DM'd you, my husband and I lurked in your 4-hour recap stream. We were here the whole time. Nice spin ring. Thanks. Lan printed it. And during the drive to Anthrocon, all 14 hours, I was spinning it the whole fucking time. I'm holding a redacted cube. I don't have many cubes around. I have my timer, which is a dodecahedron, and if I turn it to a side, it starts like beeping and keeps track of time. I have a Infinicube, whatever you call those. That's over on the other side of the room. Well, actually, no, it's right here. It's closer than I thought. This is probably my favorite fidget toy. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Sorry, it's dangerous. I'm not supposed to touch it because I won't stop touching it. Hi, Phalwin. Gonna lurk while you pack. What, are you going on an adventure? You're a usual viewer of his. Yeah, Magnus, like, when I had my first roommate after high school, a guy named Jay, who actually came to Anthrocon and hung out with him, he was a huge Northern Lion fan. So I watched like some of his YouTube videos and stuff, but I've just kind of not been in the Twitchosphere on his side. But recently I've been watching a lot of Northern Lion again, so I'm like, fine, I'll be there in the Twitch. And then I get recognized and it's fun. They're great. I really like how they talk. Gosh, we love dogs. I did have the first time message thingy and a partner badge. That's a good point. I didn't realize how much I would stand out, but I guess that makes sense. You forgot to give me my stickers at Anthrocon. What do you mean? Like, did you have old versions of my stickers that you wanted to give me, or did you have some surprise to give me that didn't actually happen? I didn't write down on my recap deckies the thing that I did for you, but I thought that was a funny bit. Also, Fumble! Thank you so much for 35 months. Lovely to see you at the con, Fumble. Hi, Gunner. Yeah, literally, how the fuck did I miss Gunner the entire con? I saw Kroot outside of a vehicle, as in their body was partially outside of it, waving at me while they were stuck in traffic. But I never saw you. I did see your name on Telegram say at AC. I'm glad I pre-ordered the Kelif Anthrocon 2026 Recap Deluxe Edition. Get recaps part 2 and 3 DLC for free. Hi, Cadenza. You know one of those that's purple? I love these. They're so good. Thank you, Toe Muncher. Nice to see you. I like the idea that you said that the people that boo for they're like, ew, ew. I would be so bad at Cine 2 Nerdle Gunner. I literally don't watch any movies. I think I've watched 1 movie in the past 2 years, Lamau. Did my badge survive? Good point. I'll be right back. Ugh. Where is it? There it is. Ugh. So, Toe Muncher's correct. I hand painted my badge for Anthrocon, and I talked about I was nervous about whether or not it would break. It's still in perfect condition. I compared it to pictures that I took before the con, to be like, did it like start to fucking sandpaper off? Is it deteriorating at all? No, it actually just worked perfectly, and it even survived a Garflin hug. I'm gonna turn up my light a little bit because it's a little bit dim. If you've never been hugged by Garflin, your spine will be rearranged in at least 2 different ways. But yes, really like Garflin. It survived this. Juno. Also, thank you for the sub. I had alerts off because I wanted to make sure I could catch up on chat and not get distracted by redeems. Oh, I forgot about that Deckies, the ice cream ones that you bought me at FOD. I fucking forgot. That's so funny. You're back gonna go see the Wrens? It's your mom's birthday this weekend? That's fun. That is true. Lan's coming to visit me in November. So if you need to give me anything, you can use Lan as a vehicle. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Cynic, thank you for the 50 stream streak. Holy frick. Next AC, you've got to spend more time with them instead of letting the chaos take you. Let me take you. Grabs you. The badge looks amazing. I actually got a lot of beautiful compliments about my badge, which I was very jazzed about. My favorite reaction to the badge is my husband, this was on the first day of the con, was having dinner with a friend of his, just one-on-one, and I was with a group of 4 people off to the side, and he flags me on down. I walk on over, and my husband's like, "Oh yeah, my husband did this badge," and they pointed it out, and I see the person's eyes stare at it, and then I see the person's eyes go wide as my husband says he painted it himself. So that was probably my favorite reaction, is seeing their eyes at that. Endler love. Oh, it's a cute fish kiss. Okay, whenever Galley stops by, I'll need to at Galley and give him one of these and make them jealous because they're a big fishy. Matos, hello. Hi. You too survived a Garflin hug. they I literally thought if my badge can survive this, it can survive anything. You have to meet Garflin and give him a hug one day. Garflin's so cute. You're still here at AC. Where is everyone? There's a couple people around. Every year, Deckies, I learn at least one new person who like lives in the area. I didn't know Bandana Hawk was in your area at all, but I don't know if you've ever interfaced with them. If Lan is a vehicle, does that mean he's rideable? Yeah, he's a Lamborghini. I think it was Corby who made that original bit. Fish Kiss sounds like a song. I believe that. Fish is cute. Fish is love. Anyway, hey chat, this is what I'm gonna be doing all fucking stream. This is why I turned my alerts off, because there's a lot of stuff here. I'm going to be beautifully distracted, so if anybody wants my attention, if anybody wants me to like touch your text box, like right here, ooh, I'm touching Scrumbular, ooh, I'll be touching Felix, ooh, soon to touch Lurk right here. Feel free to like talk to me, at me, chat with me, hang out with me. But the point of this stream, the impetus of the stream, is to talk about how the fuck was my Anthrocon. If you want the one word review, I was trying to thumbs up. Yeah, it was a great time. If you want me to compare it to last year, that's a tall task, and that'll be a story. That'll be an undercurrent for the recap stream. Is how does it compare to last year? Because last year was a lot of like new. For people unaware, last year was when Zord first went to Anthrocon. Zord being one of my very good and also very Brazilian friends. First time going to an American con, and so many of my online VR chat friends are like, holy fuck, like we have to go to Anthrocon. When are we going to get to see this Brazilian again? We have to be there for this event. So last year was like a gigantic like influx of new. It was not just Zord. It was like, what, 30 plus people I had never met before. And then it's an entirely different theme to this year, where if last year was the first meeting, then this year was more of like a reunion, which has a completely different vibe about it. What is this? Well, Kella finished streaming. That'll finish the recap this stream. Feel the only votes are on no, Lamau. Could you hear the vacuum down there? No. I actually vacuumed earlier. You know what that MP? Yeah, Felix does know what that MP4 is. Lamau. I love the song, by the way. You forgot the Lamborghini and the Land Rover. I actually don't know the Land Rover. The number one thing is that I've heard it's a hot time negative. Yeah, not exaggerating, every single time I went back to my room, I reapplied sunscreen until the heat bubble, what do they call it? The heat index for people unaware was over 100 every fracking day at the con, minus the last day. It was the hottest day in half a century for that time period, like the third week of July, first week of July. It was the hottest it's ever been in a half century. Crazy. Also, hi, BMO. I said hi to a land. Oh my god, you did. Whoa. Hi, Embellis. Embellis, are you back home yet? I know you were doing your big, like, final travel today. Bakersfield. Hi, Scott. Scott, I love that you put a 2 there. I mean, basically, literally everybody who voted has voted against me. Made it home 10.5 hours and 650 miles. Let's go. This is a great fire emoji. Yeah, heat dome. Thank you. I'm going to sip my tea. It's a masala chai tea decaf. Okay. I'm going to start doing my recap right now. If there's anybody who votes yes on me, they need me to start, where? That's right. Tuesday. For the past 4 years, the husband and I have been driving to Anthrocon. And you might be thinking, Caleb, don't you live in Kansas and Anthrocon is in Pittsburgh? Yes, you're correct. So we usually break it up into 2 parts. We drive to Ohio, approximately 10 hours, and then we drive to Pittsburgh the next morning. There's a bunch of friends in Ohio, and they all fight over who gets to hold my husband and keep them in the house because he's so beautifully popular in so many gorgeous ways. And we stayed with a friend that we stayed with last year, and we were just, okay, like, we're gonna drive there. We're gonna do it. 3 hours the next day. Boom. We woke up at 6 in the morning, and this is how we always start it. If you don't wake up at 6, you're not gonna get there until, like, 7 PM or something. There's a number of different roads that we have tried in the past, to go from Kansas City over there, and when Lan came to visit recently for my birthday back in May, he got the whole experience of the drive, and he's very aware, and we're very aware now, that there's so much gosh dang construction literally everywhere. It's been plaguing, I guess I shouldn't use that word. It's been bulging in every direction in Kansas City. There's just every single road that could possibly under construction is. And it turns out the entirety of America is also going through that. I know it's a good thing, but I'm also slightly grumbly about it. So we decided to take another pathway, which we normally basically go through St. Louis, then go through Indianapolis, like taking 70. But we took a little bit more of a diverting path where we kind of just went around St. Louis and we came at Indianapolis for another direction. So it ended up being like a pretty cozy drive. Asterix. Um, my my husband, after the first big drive, felt bad because he's like, Kelif, you somehow had to drive through every single bad part of the drive. And my husband got like the incredibly scenic, literally nobody on the highway, open skies, gorgeous green the entire time. So chat, I'm curious. How do you pass time on either like a road trip or a long flight? Because I planned a couple of things. I plan to use my laptop to journal, to use as a hotspot and text people. I plan to use my Steam Deck, which I brought fully charged and loaded games onto. But I actually ended up just reading books. So this is a book by Ross Gay. I love Ross Gay. He always writes about joy and he writes about gratitude. And this is a book called Catalog of Unabashed Gratitude. And it's actually a collection of poetry. So the majority of like the first day for that 10 hours was just me reading poetry going, damn. And then looking out the window and thinking about my feelings. And I just did that back and forth for like basically the entire time when I wasn't driving. Scrolls up in chat to see people. Hi, my money. Nice seeing you. If you could do multi-stream predictions, you would. Not Ohio. I've actually enjoyed every time I've ever had in Ohio, but it's also very focused in the sense that I go there to see friends and they take me to cool places and I don't have to do the day to day. Chiro's so smooth and wonderful. True. You put all my points on no. I think that's accurate. Hi, Caleb. Caleb, nice seeing you at the con. Bulging, all caps, yes. That road is outrageous now. Yeah, yeah. I'm happy we avoided it. No, we don't want to be normal here. You choose to believe. Thank you, Arky. Hi, Foodski. Foodski, lovely seeing you at the con as well. Marin. Hi, Marin. Marin, I was talking to people earlier about the idea of I'm so fucking tired. I'm tired from doing like a week-long trip with like 14 times 2, 28 hours of driving over the course of a week. I can only imagine how tired you feel. I'm not fully recovered. I've mostly caught up on sleep, I think, but I can still feel like a gentle lag, like not even sickness from going to the con. I feel like me and my husband totally avoided that. But golly, I need to go rest more and no longer drive. And Golden, thank you for like the 50 months. Well, bash this. Hi. You should check out stuff written by Ross's Gays, Cudden, Donna, Bisexual. That was very funny. I laughed even before I finished reading it. Hi, Jackie. The story that I'll tell about hanging out with you, Jackie, is definitely one of my favorite moments of the con. Hi, Evo. You gotta meet so many folks who are fantastic. Yeah, I'll save that for like when I get to the first day of the con, which theoretically won't take me long. But I spent a lot of time with Lan at the con. Nazi, thank you for 32 months. Time for you to pop your head back in. Hi. Ooh, Majuler and audiobooks. I love Majuler. Imagine Kelev. Hi, Cactus. Cactus, I already thank Chiro for quote unquote crashing my time at Bakersfield, but thank you for also crashing. You despise that part of St. Louis. Ugh, I know exactly what you're talking about. I also do. You somehow didn't get sick either. Good. Actually, a lot of people I know who went did not get sick. There's of course a couple of people who did. I didn't mask up as much at this con as I did previous years because I didn't spend too much time alone. Like when I did dealers, masked. When I was in Reg, masked. But otherwise I didn't because I was just always around people I knew. You're so tired after all that driving? Yeah. 30. Oh, 52. Fucking. I'll show you what I see, Nazi. I hate when the activity feed does this. It does this all the time. It confuses me. Resub for 32 months and then 52. And then I read the first number and I'm wrong. And I swear that I read the right number. I don't know why it does that. Them crashing the dinner, true. Like getting tossed through the window like in Scott Pilgrim. You had a bit of a scratchy throat Tuesday and yesterday. Didn't get worse. Let's go. The pup is all safe and sound. You and your roommate were home unscathed, but your windshield did get cracked on the drive out of Texas with a rock that got kicked up in the construction that needs to get replaced. Literally. So my boss also went on vacation the same time I did, and they also got a cracked windshield. Shit sucks. They do lie to me. You're doing super good. It was wonderful spending time with you and Kel at Coffee Village. I spend so much time at Coffee Village every con. Keep stalling chat and Kel will never finish the recap. Fucking imagine if I ever put on slow mode. I don't think I've ever put slow mode on. Anyway, so my husband and I were talking back and forth because of course you want to just talk to the person you love while you're driving, even if you're gonna be on the road for hours. And I wasn't paying attention to my watch, but I was talking to my husband and I said, "You've been very good." And then I was going to start a sentence. And Siri, out of my earshot, was like, thanks, I try. And I was like, shut the fuck up, Siri. I'm not talking to you. Anytime Siri butts into a conversation, I do tend to think it's funny, but I almost never want her opinion or advice on anything. They might as well call it like the Coffee Village Con. There was one morning I thought about not going, and then I went anyway. You should get up driving the uncovered gravel truck along various interstate roads. Yeah. Thanks for ruining the moment, Siri. I was trying to just like compliment my beautiful husband, and the watch just swoops on in. We ended up taking like a small break in a place called Hannibal, Missouri, which is actually where Mark Twain is from. And everything there is Mark Twain themed, which is very adorable to me. But I mean, we talked about construction, especially near like St. Louis and Indianapolis and any big city. But holy gosh, the roads near Hannibal, Missouri are so old that literally grass is growing through the road. I feel like nature is just trying to take it back, and we just got to retar it down to make sure that the roads actually stay drivable. There's definitely a couple of old roads that we ended up driving on over the course of it, but seeing nature take it back was quite the surprise. You enjoy getting coffee with Caliph? I really enjoyed wherever it is the coffee that you got me. Yeah, this coffee was actually very nice. That's right on the Mississippi. Uh-huh. You're gonna save your waffles and caffeinated first for the next AC. As long as you go really early, because apparently they don't take reservations, because I tried to do that. You only had one windshield scare. Good. You gotta go to Purgatory next year. Wait, 2 years from now? Oh, you've toured the Mark Twain's boyhood home there? I saw signs for that. Hi, Ramon. So where the Wyndham is situated in a straight line for the Coffee Village and the Con Center? Yeah. Fucking, I don't remember which hotel the husband and I were at that we had to do like a longer walk. I don't know if it was the Wyndham. I don't think it was the DoubleTree, but it was something that was not right next to the con. When we like started to walk to the con, we kept walking past the Coffee Village every time. And then that was like 2 years ago, before all the influx of like VR folks and Twitch people started coming that I know really well. So like we started that habit, and then we continued it last year. Oh, you love my nails? Thank you. It's hard to tell on the inside, but like everything that's not my ring finger, it has like this sort of like shimmer effect to it only in the light. And then when it's not in the light, it's just pure dark. Hilton, thank you. Womp womp. Should I go next year to how works PTO works? You refuse to leave again at noon Sunday? Yeah. There's been some years at cons where Sunday is like incredibly emotional, and like I wish I'd never miss a Sunday ever. And then there's other cons I go to where Sunday's really boring and I'm like I should have just been home by now. But I guess with the more people that I know, the more likely it is that Sunday's going to be a really emotional day. So I was reading poetry, and I already spoiled the thing. So I was reading poetry just in the car, and I kind of had a gasp as I saw what the title of a particular poem was. And like if you start to read it, it feels like a standard kind of like emotional poem. First, it's the balm of the light sifting through the rafters of the old church, but it was actually just called Armpit. And I feel like I've gotten to know more and more people that have become, let's just say, armpit fiends over the past number of years. As soon as I saw coffee at the con, I'll be like, you'll never believe it. I was reading an emotional book of poems called The Catalog of Unabashed Gratitude, and there's literally a whole poem about armpits. And the whole poem isn't here because it's one, two and a half pages of text. But essentially, the whole point of the poem is that when Ross Gay was younger, he would just like when he felt like scared and he wanted his parents when he was like a child, he would go into their bed, cuddle with them, and his nose would go straight to the armpit, and he would just like quote unquote hide there and find solace. And now that he's like an adult, he'll just see women from across the bar, and his eyes will just slowly start to go down and stare at their armpit. Oh, yeah, you do see Kanga on the other page. That's very funny. I'm snoozing this ad. Unintentional indoctrination of the Armpit Appreciation Association. Yeah. Coffee taught me that someone can be truly grateful when you give them a headlock. Literally. It was meant to be. Hi, Marshman. So you drove home. You went past Micro, North Carolina, right past Pittman Road, right after Big Boys Travel Center. That's so fun. So I talked about that. I was very excited because the people that we were staying with were like, "Hey, do y'all want to do Korean fried chicken for dinner?" And both my husband and I were like, "Hell fucking yeah." So this place was very good. We got this and we split it because it was so much food. We just got a standard Korean fried chicken with just soy on top of it. Delicious. Chat always struggle to say this word, Tiabaki. I probably said it wrong. But I have this friend Corby who's incredibly into this, and anytime anybody talks about it, they just kick down the door and are part of the conversation. So when I told them, yeah, I'm gonna go get Korean fried chicken, they said you should also see if they have teriyaki. So I ended up getting it. How do you say it? I forget what they're called. Little like rice cylinders. There's a word for it that's escaping me, but it's essentially that with like a very, very like soft texture, and it's just been like simmered in sauce for a while. The texture is like just the right kind of chewy because to me, like squid is like the bad type of chewy. It's a little bit too much. So it's not that far, but maybe 2, 3 steps back from that, that's where teriyaki is, and it's very delightful. I've only ever had it like frozen Tteokbokki. Thank you. Hi, Kodai. Um, so yeah, I've only ever had tteokbokki from like frozen in the grocery store in the Korean aisle. So I wanted to try it from an actual restaurant. So my husband split like the Korean fried chicken and the I'm gonna learn it tteokbokki and the tteokbokki. It was very good. I'll definitely try it again in the future. Hi, Tobias. Hello. Um, I was thinking, how the frick do I pass a nighttime? We just made it to the Ohioan house. We just had dinner. We just talked for like an hour or so. And now it's like time to start like winding down. So I ended up like putting one of my earbuds in and then muting myself and joining a Discord call and just like typing on my laptop and chatting with people. Some of the people who were in the call were people who are going to see next day. Some of the people in the call were just friends that I cared about. But it's a nice like little influx of social. Where do we stop for Korean food? I'd have to check again, like where I still have to do my budget post con Lamau. But I have to check because it was in Columbus, Ohio, and I don't remember the name of the spot off the top of my head. But I was actually I got really paranoid on the drive. So I painted my own badge for Anthrocon, and it was a big part of my con experience of just showing this off to people. So when I was thinking, oh, okay, I'm gonna pack it on up. I'm gonna put it over. Actually, I can just show you because I don't think I've ever shown it on stream, even though it's cool. Ugh. Ugh. I have this thing called a Pashad box, and I bought it to paint off of, and I also bought it to get more into like plein air painting in the future. But it looks like this, and it's very cool. I'll show you how it opens. That's like my favorite part of it. When I first got this, I was literally confused. I'm like, there's hinges on one side and hinges on the other side. I'm fucked. I don't know how to do this. It turns out it's just magnets, and I was confused for no reason. But so this is like a very cool tool, and I've actually painted a couple paintings like from this. So when I was packing my paintings for the con, I was like, how do you keep this stuff protected? I don't want it just bouncing around in my wooden container, even if that means nothing can crush it. I guess I'll just like put bubble wrap around it and call it a day. So I did. And then I was paranoidly Googling, like on the drive down, and I was like, is it bad to put plastic onto a painting? And literally every response is like, what the fuck are you doing? It's a terrible idea. And my paintings were like in my suitcase in this box. And I'm like, well, if they're fucked, they're fucked. They've been traveling for like 9+ hours at this point. So, I just accepted my fate that if I ruin something, I ruin something. So I was like, it'll be okay. I'll just wait until we get to the people's house and I'll check on them. The basic idea being like, if you leave like a bubble wrap, plastic, whatever, up against the face of the painting, the texture of it can transfer over. But it's really hard to like understand your specific scenario if it's going to ruin anything. So my stuff obviously turned out like fine. There's no issues here. I actually at their house ended up like taking some pages from my sketchbook and just wrapping it around the actual surface and then the bubble wrap. So there's like a paper layer. But I'm learning more about how people travel with physical artwork. So I'll hopefully remember this in the future. The paintings are basically Kelif's children now. I mean, you're not even wrong. I do care a lot about my paintings. So yes, Marshman is very aware that I actually had multiple paintings that I was going to give to people. But I actually ended up packing a total of 5. I packed my badge, the one for Wolvie, the one for Cell, because I thought I'm just going to give it to them, because why the frick not? I painted it for them. And then 2 other mystery ones that we'll get to later. But yes, I packed 5 paintings, and I gave away 4 of them at the con. Hi, Tej. Ooh, Tej. Oh, do you need this? Alerts on. Oh, wait, no. It's this. Corolith. Alerts on. Oh, I think I typed the first one wrong. I did. There we go. You can get your shot, Tej. I did have all my stuff off, just because in the middle of a recap stream, I feel like I'll get distracted. But I love seeing how close you are in your prediction. Hawk, I hope you had such like a beautiful, amazing time at the con. I'm glad that I got to see you, and I'm glad that I got to have like a number. What? Why did it go? I'm struggling. Why did it pop up? You had the choice. I got this guy opening everything. Oh my god. I tried to give you your beauty. Frick. I'm going back to the void now. It doesn't want to. Hi, foxes. Hello. Yeah, you caught me just as I turned like all of my alerts off. Lamau. Hi, foxes. Hi, JT. Hi, everybody. I hope everybody's doing so nice because I already showed for foxes. Chat, you might be wondering, oh, how did Kelif dress at the con? He's been wearing a lot of like skirts. He's been a cute, pretty little boy. Where am I? I think I'm around here. Yeah, this is exactly how I looked at the convention. So, I actually bought a couple of different tights. I bought these more burgundy color tights. I also had like incredibly bright red tights. I don't think I took, thanks for putting for foxes directly in my crotch. I don't think I have any photos of like the bright red tights. I also bought a new skirt that is also not shown in this photo. This is an old skirt. Shout out to Rod_Shark for like Rod was right here taking the photo and Foodski was directly to their right. And I was just like listening and talking and I had no idea I was hashtag posing. This was just like a natural pose for me to sit in. But yes, there you are for foxes. That's where it sat in my day. Incredibly diva pose. That's just me. It's just normal. Gotta raid and run. Need a food and a pack, and the randoms are 2 hours longer than planned. Go for foxes. I saw that you're going to be gone for 2 weeks. Go have fun. Let's see. I might have missed some chat here. Hi, Noodle. Noodle, I thought it was so funny over in Decky streams how you were like, I've heard that Kelif does crazy recap streams. There was literally, you can see the number 1s, the number 2s around people's names. People are using channel points to say whether I will finish in a single stream, which to be fair, the last 2 years, I've not been able to. Even I in that pattern from Witch Fam. I really like that pattern from Witch Fam. Hi, Kieran. Hello. Hashtag always a Kella photo shoot. Yeah. How do you keep jumping ahead in the recap? This always happens, though. Something's contextual, and I hop on over and I hop back. Kanga? Oh, you mean Kanga? Yeah, there we go. Hi, Star Snow. You heard from exactly one guy, but you trust his opinions. I'm glad people tend to like my recaps. How do I say, the best criticism I've got of my recaps is that somebody said, Kelif, it's like you don't even have to think about what to say. It's like you have a script of all the things that you're going to talk about. I don't even think that's wrong, but also that's just like how I journal. I journal using like bullet points, like bullet journaling. So the idea of like, oh, I don't write down every detail, but I write down enough words to give me context, and then I could just start telling a story from there. You didn't let me stab your tights. It's true. So my tights over here, were over there. I saw, I think it was Siobhan wearing tights that looked like they were ripped by a werewolf, like actual claw marks kind of going through them. And I said, "Can I have their number? Can I find them at the con and can they rip my tights up?" Where'd I get these actually are just from Amazon. I don't even remember the brand, but I just found like some cheap like ones that would ship really quickly. I wanted to purchase from Snag Tights because I know Kadama really likes them and they have some fun patterns, but they're also not American based. So when I thought about ordering from them, it wouldn't have made it before the con. So these are just basic bitch ones. That's an awesome idea. A good commission idea. There's another story I want to tell about this photo, but I'll tell it when I actually get there so I don't skip the line. You're a part-time werewolf. Can I still tear up your clothes, Kelef? As long as I'm wearing like my old ratty ones that I kind of want to give away, you can definitely tear them asunder. You like the socks? These are also like I bought these I think 3 years ago to give to my family as like a Christmas gift because we only give socks at Christmas for the adults because otherwise Christmas is stressful. I forgot to give these and gave all the other ones. I felt bad about it for a year. Then I said, fuck it, I'm opening it. And then they turned into like my favorite socks. And then I bought more pairs. They're actually really soft and I like them a lot. Anyway, we've only got through talking about Tuesday, and we're 41 minutes in. Let me sip my tea right here. Ah, that was nice. Anyway, Chiro is so handsome. Wednesday. So the con officially starts on Thursday, but for the past couple of years, the husband and I have been arriving to the con on Wednesday. Because of the way that we do it, where we drive like the 10 plus hours on the first day and then the 3-ish 4 hours the next day. We usually leave pretty early in the morning so we can get there around mid afternoon. So our goal was anywhere from like 1 to 3. Yeah, when I saw Felix at the con later on, I think that was like Sunday, I saw that they had a Fox in the Snow shirt and I was just talking and I like I double took and I'm like, "Wait, I know where that shirt is from." I was literally just there over on Wednesday. So Fox in the Snow, I don't know if they're only around Columbus, Ohio, but that's the only place I've ever interfaced with them. They're an awesome coffee spot. And like, look at this gorgeous latte that I got at 10 in the morning. Look at this, a lovely, what do you even call it? Like a tomato tart. It was like a puff pastry, but it was like savory. And it had like 3 slices of charred tomato on type. So nice. And then I also got a gorgeous sticky bun. All this was so nice. I love going to Fox in the Snow every single time that we're in Columbus, Ohio. Our friends live near enough to a particular location that we can just like always route it in and then it's like going towards the con, which is awesome. Hi, Oro. Oro, I'm so glad that I was able to pick you up by the scruff and then toss you into that group chat. I'm glad you're also able to like hang out at that really cool like VRC kind of VR chat group, VRC slash Twitch group. So many beautiful people there. Gosh, gosh. You're still reeling from AC? Yeah, I still haven't returned to my own body. I'm still seeing myself in third person. Fox in the Snow. Oh, they're all near Columbus, Ohio. Hell yeah. Imagine being tossed around. Do you think if you made like a javelin pose cactus, like a big furry could just toss you somewhere? So, Wednesday morning, I thought, what's the best thing to do before you go to a con? Answer, journal. I came with my pens in the car and I thought, okay, like I'm so ready to journal. I couldn't find my pens when I woke up and I was like, frick. Okay, well, I brought like a pencil that if I ever wanted to like sketch and do some art, I have a sketchbook. Awesome. Flips through my bag. I can't find my pencil. I brought four different implements to write with, and in the morning on Wednesday, I could not find a single one. So I was exploring our friend's house while the two of them were working from home, and I didn't want to bother them. So I was like stepping lightly through the two, three rooms that were upstairs, and I'm like, literally, where is one pen? I know people don't use pens much anymore, but like certainly there has to be a drawer with a pen that I can find. Me padding around upstairs. I found one single pen. I thought it was actually very cute. Where most pens have like kind of like this structure where it has like the clip and then the tip and everything. I found what looked like a recycled pen where it was just a tube of cardboard with like a button on top that made the point come out. And it was like this much smaller compared to a regular pen. It was actually mega cute though, and I was really happy to journal with it. So thank you, universe, for giving me an incredibly tiny cardboard pen. Hi, Tifer. Tifer, nice seeing you at the convention. The ad has popped, which means I am going to sip my water and take care of myself. Gosh, I love unstoppable, unfathomable entity. Tifer, I would ask, I hope you had a good con, but I know you had a good con. Base, hi Base. Base, I don't know if I ever properly thanked you for being the perfect layup to find Lunar. A fun story about Lunar Booho because it's not as a part of my recap. This is the first con that Lunar Booho and I have ever been at the same con space. So my favorite Lunar story is before I ever hit Twitch.television partner, I was actually mad annoyed at it. Like, I had submitted the application to hit Twitch partner 3 times, and it never worked out, and it always just felt like a robot response, and no human was giving me the time of day. And then I was just watching Lunar Booho play through Metroid Fusion, and when you get a gift sub, there's that little notification spot with like the box on Twitch, and you just click it and see. So I was just watching them stream, kind of ho hum about how annoyed I was at the Twitch partner journey, and then I see bing like a little one marker there in the box, and it was congratulations, you have hit Twitch partner, and I'm like, oh, that was almost kind of anticlimactic. It just popped up like a gift sub would. And I was like, okay, is this real? Like, can I trust this? And I went over to see, like, the badges where you can like exchange your different icons next to your name. And I saw it. I saw the Twitch partner badge, and I'm like, well, I have to click it. And I didn't say anything in Lunar's chat, but I clearly gained an icon between my earlier messages and my later messages. And at one point, Lunar just like stops the stream and they're like, Kelif, you look different. What's up? And they made it all about me. It was so funny. Um so yeah, shout out to Lunar for being very adorable. But like I've known Lunar on and off for like 3, 4 years, and we've just never been at the same con because like it's impossible for them to leave Chicago, or so I thought. So yeah, thank you, Base, for giving me the layup to go see them. We never get to talk about depersonalization much. That's true. Yeah, I feel like you'd have a very interesting view on it. I love this song. It was very much great seeing you at the con. Thank you, Tifer, for the thing that I'll talk about later down here. Sorry, Tifer, for using a very intimidating photo of you, but it was the easiest one I knew how to find of you. So sorry that I to identify you in my recap, I gave you the super villain pose. You love the song? Yeah. My husband routinely like asks me to play new music for him. And well, he doesn't even ask for new music. He just asks for a playlist. And I started playing this album in VR, and he really liked this song, and it stood out to him. You can take any pictures of the con. Actually, there's not too many pictures of my recap. A lot of the stuff is just like bullets because I didn't take any photos during certain events. You brought them waffles and chicken in bed? That's so good. Did I see the new Germo website? I have not. Mhm. You're so happy we took so many photos. Is there anything you had to have printed by 11/17 and put on a wall? Yeah! Being the first person I ever hugged in full suit. Oh my gosh. I also love Lunar. They're so funny. How we introduced each other was wild. Uh-huh. Buff Break World Tifer. Yeah, literally. I love chicken and waffles. Anyway, I'm very behind, so we're gonna keep going. So I was thinking about the type of person that I wanted to be at this con. So last year, I said yes to most everything. And I don't know if regret is the right word. Regret is a very strong word. But every time I did a large meal, I thought to myself, I wish this was smaller. Not that I wasn't happy that I was there or happy with who I was talking to. Whenever I was at just like a 20 to 25 person meal, I was kind of just hopeful that my next event would be tinier. So going into the con, I got invited to a number of things. And some of those were like 20 to 30 person meals, and actually said no to a couple events where I was like, actually, I'd rather go find something smaller. Like some of my favorite meals were like the Bakersfield one that I referenced with Cactus and Chiro just kind of finding me. And then Lan and Vadio were there. Like that was a very cozy meal size. I tried to focus on smaller events at this convention. And I was like very intentional about journaling about it. Have a good lurk, Arky. You were there. Hi, Grey Wolf. I was there. I didn't know you were there. But yes, I actually have been going to Anthrocon since 2017. So I basically literally never miss an Anthrocon. Asterisk, there was a couple of COVID years that don't count because the con didn't happen. But yes, I'm a forever Anthrocon guy. That was you constantly, but that's how every serving size is in the US. It's crazy. Yeah. Small group meals were great. Yeah, like our 4-person meal that you were a part of, Caleb, was like really cozy. Only your second, as in second AC or second con? Let's see. Whoa! Oh my god, Lan, who's in chat. Thank you, Lan. I actually checked our DMs right before streaming, so I did grab this photo. I'm so bad about taking photos at cons, literally ever. But yes, here's my disheveled hat hair next to Lan. If you want a cuter photo of me, we can go back over here to this one. But yeah, so context that I mentioned a lot of people don't know is that Lan has gone to Anthrocon a lot. They've been going on and off since 2013, but they haven't like known a lot of people. They haven't had essentially like a community to go meet. And my first con back in 2017, which was MFF, my husband and I were like wallflowers. We're like, we literally don't know anybody. We don't have any online friend group. We're so awkward. How the fuck do you talk to anyone? I literally didn't know what to do at my first con. I was like, do I just text mutuals who are at the con and say, let's meet up? Is that a good social contract? I don't know. So, knowing that I am now, what's the right phrase? A social powerhouse. I am known. I am loved. Whatever the right phrase is. I know a lot of people, and I wanted to try and, for the lack of a better phrase, gift Lan an experience where he could feel loved, where he would feel all this attention, where he's gotten to know a lot of people over the past, like, not even year, just from like last September. And I wanted to be like, let's throw you at this person. Let's throw you at this group. Let's give you every possible con experience now. Anything that you could have had for the past 10 years, I want you to have now. And I was looking forward to that as like a concept of being able to just like tug them along into spaces that they would feel like good in. Oh no, he's hot. Oh, we have to go back over here. Yeah. You love making Anthrocon a yearly thing. You'll never miss it unless life gets in the way. I know. Oh, second AC. Gosh, I love my last AC Grey Wolf last year was like insane. Big person meals would overwhelm you. Thank you for pinning that. um, I I think the biggest meal that I ever did Mythic was a group of like I don't know if it was 30 or 40 people, but we all went to a K-pop place and we were broken into like smaller groups. And like the universe, whenever you get broken into a smaller group, is like, hey, you're gonna know maybe one person at your table max, and everybody else is going to be a beautiful stranger that you're gonna have to learn. Um, yeah, and there's definitely times where, especially with bigger group meals, even like upwards of 7 people, I feel like you could have the person that you really want to get to know just on the opposite side, and therefore basically in an impossible to talk to position. This is a mini? This would be a medium? Yeah. That's like literally perfect, Caleb. What day did I get there? Leave? So I got there on Wednesday, and I mean, we left Monday at 6 in the morning. So Sunday basically was the last day. Cuties, uh-huh. Hi, Falio. I was glad that you oh wait, I have it. Oh wait, I put it in the box. Ugh, brings the box back from the floor. I'm glad that my badge was so recognizable that you were like, "Oh wow, it's Caliph." It was nice chatting over with you. I know we were kind of just in the way of everybody as we were talking, but that's kind of like the dealer's den life. Hi, Blem. You think I remember that last year also in passing? I remember your fit. I don't know if it was from AC, but I remember you showing like a really good fit where you had like what was it, like deer antlers and a dress on. It was very pretty. You took a cilantro shot at Bakersfield, Lamau. See, yeah, Volk beat Lan up for me. Hi, Parker. Okay, Parker. Okay. I actually took a photo that I intended to share with you like before Anthrocon happened, but I never did. So I'm going to send it to myself right now on my phone, staring down, scrolls past Anthrocon. It's when Lan was visiting and we walked past a certain store. And I've told you that the store existed, but I just don't think I've shown a photo for you. Where the frick would it be? Scrolling. I found it! Okay. I'm not opening my social media on screen. There we go. Okay, here we go. So there's this restaurant that I know where it is in Kansas City called the Parker Hollow. And every time I like walk or drive past it, I think, Lamau, it's Parker, and he's getting nice and hollow or something. I don't know. I just imagine different things every time I walk past it. Enjoy meals with groups, you tend to get lost in the conversations. Yeah, where you like go, like just looking left and right. I do that all the time. Hi, Tifer. Thank you so much for the either 37 or 42 months. I can't tell from OBS. The blend fit, yeah. Oh, you went to Combo Breaker at MFF? Oh, okay. You wish cross-state transportation was better? Yeah, like, unless you have your own car, it's really freaking hard. Although, I don't know how good trains are between different states, because some states, I know I could take a train to, because if you need a station really nearby. Hi, Rago. Hollows your Parker. It's giving head empty. It really is. Let's see. Okay, so you can tell that my badge did not explode because this is what it looked like before the con, and this is what it looks like now. So it survived just fine. Train to Chicago was delayed 18 hours, Lamau. Oh my god, I went to Condados so many different times. It's like literally right across from the convention center, which is oh so delightful. And also like look at these thick ass tacos. I think I did 3. I think I did 3 different trips to Condados. Both of these I think were it was like the 2 vegetarian tacos, which is the Rango Tango and the something else. I actually had like well, I had 6 different tacos during the course of the trip, but they were all really delightful. Oh, I mentioned this earlier, but I was having food with Henway, Ventira, Lan, and myself. So it was a really nice tiny group of the 4 of us. And my husband was also in Condados. He was hanging out with his friend Gail, and they were both looking at my badge. And Gail was like, "Oh, that's a nice badge." And my husband said he painted it himself. I wish I could have recorded Gail's facial expression at her eyes going, like making a like double taked eyed wise emoji look at it. So for the first con to be like with this badge, first reaction to it out in the wild, that made me feel very powerful. One of your friends trained over to AC and was delayed by like 10 hours on the return trip. That's rough. I know so many people who had travel troubles on the way back. Looks at Rago. Rago, I'm so fucking sorry that you had to deal with so much bullshit. Rago had like a canceled plane and then the airport wouldn't refund them like jack shit. Rough. I'm so sorry for you. Yeah, it was literally so horrible. Woof. The power plant was nicely spicy. It was. Your original AC plan was to take a cross-country train, but it was like 6 days of travel. You have to go like Raleigh or Charlotte for the first train to get out of the state. Yeah, yeah, it would take like a whole day for it. Travel's rough in the US for sure. You were the that is true. I did tell on you, Falio, just a little bit. Both Deckies and Alex are like incredible like Linux people who have figured out how to do VR stuff on them. Like when I talk to Deckies about it, they're like, "Oh, I know a little bit, but Alex knows a lot." I even forgot like Alex was so powerfully cool with it. Uh-huh. Then it was nice actually seeing you in person for the first time and how beautifully blue you were. Travel home was such a flipping pain there. Yeah. It was a treat watching my weekly updates as I painted it. I still have the videos that like I have done nothing with. I've thought about I don't know, figuring out like a small edit of I just have like a chat about it and then cut down to a couple of previews. Then it's like a 30-second video of here's how I made my badge. Like cool stuff like that. But I just haven't used any of my footage. Your plane trip was delayed because of the cleaning. It was insanely lucky your connecting flight was also delayed. Woof. You didn't take many pictures this year? Me either. The heat was like a 90% drop in suits. Yeah. Oh, y'all also do VR and Linux? I actually did not know that. You went to Godados like 5 times and you would go back again right now? Yeah. Gosh, I love. Gosh, Linux. Cheer, I hope your automation nerd panel was like really fun. Who should you PM for Linux VR? I mean, it sounds like we have a couple people here. Is it this? Like, it's Lightling? Is that the username? What is Alex's username? Twitch people who know them. I think it's that. They're really good at it. I don't know if Deckies or the Koyoliolio would have like any good advice there. Yeah, I also think it's Lightling. I think that's accurate. Let's see. Oh yeah. So I'm a big fan of being a social dom looks over. Yeah, thank you for shouting them out. That's definitely them. I'm a big fan of like attempting to do social dom stuff. And for this, it was me, Lan, Henway, and Ventira. And I think it was Hen who was like, man, around this time last year, so many people were in the Weston lobby just hanging out. And like our food was done. We were just like chilling. So I'm like, why don't we go over to the Weston lobby, tell people that like we're here, and then people can just like congregate around us. So that's exactly what we did. We went over to the Weston lobby. Dr. Hawk was so real. I got to see them. I was very excited. Hawk, I don't know if I told you. The person who took this photo over here, Rod Shark, their partner is called Bandana Hawk. And I knew Bandana Hawk before I ever met you. So when I heard Hawk, I was just like, oh yeah, Bandana Hawk. And then I learned, oh, Dr. Hawk, Bandana Hawk. Like I have to balance like multiple hawks right now. So I thought that was very cute. Good story here. So Hawk's crotch. Embellis printed out like a lot of badges, a lot of stickers for a lot of people. And Hawk has like an incredible badge, like nice, big, kind of like fluffy snap circle, looking so attractive. And there's a QR code there. And let's just try and abstract this a little bit. So if this is the badge right here, and they're doing this like a big old flex with their big old arms and their big old head looking so cool. Where do you think like the QR code goes? Here? No, you want it directly over the crotch. That's what Embellis like originally wanted to do. And they're like, I wish I could just keep the sensor bar right there, but it's just a little bit risque, a little bit silly. We'll put it over the tummy instead. Two hawks? Two? Yeah, thank you, Coelho, for doing that in my brain. Caleb Social domed you to a meetup panel on a Saturday. It was perfect. You were there. I was there. I also love Rod Shark. Scrolling up. The only thing you can't do in VR and Linux is control your desktop and the overlay. That's not true in every distro. I actually also forgot you were doing Linux. Everything else runs great. You got noticeably better performance in VR on Linux than Windows. You've been a Linux main everything else since last October. You the last up services in the past, the first time like 2008. Oh yeah, Puppy Linux. So you went there when you first got there. Me and my friend got queso chorizo tacos. I didn't do the margarita picture at all this year. I also never got, no, I got one margarita at Bakersfield. I should have got more though. You can fumble through setting stuff in Linux. You're no pro. I've only ever done Linux Mint. I haven't done too much aside from that. I love Rod. Rod is so cute. Uh, People do call me a photogenic lad. I had no idea Rod was taking this photo. This is my natural I'm listening to you pose. You should get a dual boot setup. Go in again and try it out. Get VR and Beat Saber working in Linux and you're golden. I think just like trying to figure out like OBS would be like the hardest part for me. I think that would be like my major holdup. Robbie was in such soft puppy cuddle mode the entire con. It was very cute. You at the bird sanctuary. You really wanted to put the QR code over the crotch. Hawk wouldn't let you. You're looking for things. Mm-hmm. I look so cute in all my photos. I mean, it's so easy to judge yourself because in this photo, I'm like, my hair looks so disheveled and Lan is so attractive right next to me. You can send me the badge? Yeah, Hawk, feel free. Hi, Corvy. Corvy, let me activate you. There we go. Anyway, Corvy, I hope you're well. Hi, Merle. Merle, I'm excited to see you tomorrow. Hi, Rymax. OBS and Linux. Oh, it has been super easy? That's good to hear. You're making Cactus Fox slop to Linux? Let's go! You had wings from a place called Mother Clucker and you're so full of food. So Linux and OBS is fine. Only thing is it's separate audio tracks for the music. Most everything else works easy. That's interesting. You're prepping Linux Mint yourself again? Yeah, my laptop that's in the other room is just all Linux right now, which I really like. A couple of like necessary plugins. It's super easy. I actually, after Ferality, I thought to myself, I kind of just want to get like a new computer over from Micro Center because the gaming PC, which I'm not streaming from right now, is kind of just a Frankenstein of a bunch of different parts for probably like the last 10 years. So I think I just kind of want to start from scratch again. Let's see. So Lan, this nerd right over here, he gave me a positive threat when, oh God, it was when I visited him back in March. And he was like, Caliph, during this trip, got a collar that I ordered, a nice brown leather silver trim collar. And it seems, Kelif, like you enjoyed putting it on. I am going to get you at some point. And it turns out they got me at Anthrocon. So this was Land's gift to me. It was just right there in like the middle of the Westin lobby, and I just like stared at it. The nice gigantic ring right here, the custom tag to like match what I have on my Moonfang right here. I didn't point it out, but I basically wore it like the entire rest of the con. You can see it right here in this photo, that I just showed like a number of times already. Um, I actually did not put it on when Lan gifted it to me. I was like, we can do this later. The next time that like Lan and I were alone in the hotel room, which I think was actually basically the only time we were alone in the hotel room until like the last day, I was like, you should be the one to put it on me for the first time, and it should not be me. So it was us just in the hotel room alone after hanging out in the Westin lobby and seeing a bunch of folks for the first time. Then, then it wrapped around my neck, which was very cute. At Zorin OS, I don't know that one. I actually don't know too much about Linux at all. Used it a while back. Wasn't really what you were hoping for, but after Windows 10 and 11, I feel like right now is a perfect time to tell Microsoft to fuck off. Oh, okay. I am used a voice meter. I use that. It's something like voice meter on Linux. Okay. In the year of our Lord 2026, avoid Debian-based distros such as Mint. Try and stick to okay, Arch-based things. That's exactly what Chiro talks about. So catchy. Oh, a Steam OS I've heard is actually very good. I don't know anything about Fedora though. You'd sound like an actual crazy person start writing about how much better it is to have bit homemade computing instead of what micro slop has done to us for the past 2 decades. I know! There's bloat everywhere. Arr. Yeah, Merle, I can show you the collar. I can show everybody the collar right now. It's over on my shelf. Ooh. I can tell you one of my favorite stupid stories about the collar too. Is that so clearly it has jingly bits because every collar has jingly bits. But here's like the actual collar right here. And it's very nice. It feels very cozy. And you can see like the back right here too. I don't know how much is picked up right here. Probably a little bit with the jingling. So I didn't realize like the power of the jingle until pretty late into the con. So it was like a Saturday evening, and I just like hopped up and down like very excitedly, and I realized I jingled. There was a party that I went to that Coffee Collie was putting on, and I walked in up to Coffee and I said, "Coffee, can I ask you a question?" And they said, "Yeah." And I said, "Can you compliment me?" And they like froze. They froze. They're like, uh, you look pretty. And I just started bouncing up and down, and you could hear like the jingle back and forth. I thought that was very fun. It felt like essentially wagging with my whole body. It's just like, oh, well, the collars inspire you to become more of a dog. How do you learn how to wag? It's just hopping. I spent years on the internet only as a kangaroo. I'm very good at this. You need to make the tag bigger, like a smaller center ring. Yeah, that was a comment that came up a couple times during the con, where like it is a very small tag for the and like it's hard to get into the light here. There you go. I do like how big like this ring is right here. It is very nice. Abracadabra, hi. Oh, pipe wire. Okay. You know Linux that captures the streamlinery of Windows? And the home sweet homery of Windows XP. I'm sure there if it's a Linux thing, I'm sure there's a distro for you out there. People customize very hard. Use Arch, by the way. I imagine Chiro arches very well. How are you wearing a blanket? It's not. It's just pajama pants. It's not actually a blanket. I didn't even think that it would look like a blanket, but I'm just sitting so queer like. I guess we can do this. I'm just sitting so queer like my leg to the side just kind of looks like a blanket. That's funny. I love the jingle. You do jingle a lot in VR, so true. You should wear your collar more. Mm-hmm. You're considering buying an engraving adapter for your cutter. Oh. Be able to do custom badges. Oh, instead of custom dog tags? That's cute. You want to keep adding to the big ring? I think it is from Collar Factory. Yeah. Shout out to wearing pajama pants around the house. I mean, as soon as work's done, my pants come off and replace with pajama pants. Chiro can arch very well when you, Hi, Zayden. Anyway, so we're only partway through Wednesday, so we gotta pick up the pace. Anyway, so I think Embellis did like everything right this con. I don't know why. I have a little image here because if you're unaware, Torrent Dragon is infinitely memeable, and the build a torrent is one of the funniest bits I've ever seen like done at a con. There's a picture of the car at the convention that they tell you to just sticker up instead of stickering the environment. The neck got so long. It was so perfect. It was incredible. Where the fuck is it? I have it over here somewhere. Is it there? No. I'm trying to find where I put it on my recap because I know I have it. Yeah. So, here it is. Oh, here's the whole car. Oh man, there's so many stickers everywhere. All we care about is how long Torrent's neck can possibly fucking go. I don't know like how long it ended up getting by the end of the convention, but this is already like infinitely beautifully long. You need that. We're fucking during the ad. Badger Pants should just come by and take my build a torrent for their collection. You were drunk and started it there. Let's go. Hot crotch story. You're right. I should check my DMs. I do have a Hawk DM. Here we go. That was so good. I have more context that I can give here. Thank you, Embellis. Okay, let's do this. Okay, perfect. All right, the ad's going, so I'm doing a bit. I think I'm close. Okay, perfect. Nice. So, this was Hawk's badge. It was like cropped. I think maybe it was more like this angle. It was right above the crotch. So Corvi was curious, what was the Hawk crotch story? I now have like images. So the actual badge didn't do this, but Embellis thought about putting the QR code right over the crotch so people would have to scan it. It was actually like a little bit higher. But yes, this is what Embellis wanted to do for the actual con, which is very funny. The photo of that car was incredible. There was a great GIF that was in the chat as well of, I think it was Hawk like following the really long neck while it was zoomed in. Oh, there were also eggs. This is an old photo from the chat, but there definitely were Tortor eggs around it. You turn Torn into a Scrungle Gym in your water bottle. Good. Yeah, Torrent hacking minigame. I kept thinking about Bioshock every fucking time. Every time I looked at this, I thought about the Bioshock piping puzzle. Hi, Volv. Looks at the hot crotch in the background. Don't worry, I made it bigger. Oh, hot crotch. It could be both. You see your sticker? You have the photo? Yeah, Jackie, if you ever just send it to me. I'm gonna sip some water. So, Embellis, I walked through the artist alley. I guess rephrasing, it was the art show. I walked through the art show with Torrin, and we got to a section where somebody was like, there was apples all around them, and they were daydreaming about apples, and I just pointed at it and pointed at Torrin, and I said, "You can't escape the appy slices." A sheet with apple slices, pup cups, and Torrin 23. Ooh, ooh. There's so many good bits that can be done with torrent. One of my favorite stupid torrent jokes that I did during the con is it was during the coffee collie party, and I walked in with a torrent and I said, "Torrent, are the rumors true?" They said, "What rumors?" And I said, "The rumor that when you get angry, your neck gets longer." You had to step away for a bit. Welcome back, Marin. Let's see. I'll check my DMs really quick. Mhm. Oh, I see a Jackie DM. Oh my god, it got so long. Holy. Okay, so this is continued lore. So, my photo out of date. Okay, there we go. I had to make that one smaller. This is what I just showed off. And it went from what, like the middle of the window down to like close towards the brake light. It almost touched the brake light, and yes, there were a bunch of Tortor eggs just all around it. Lamau. Also, nice dragon. Ooh, I'm distracted. Whoa. Let's see. Where was I at? Yeah, so I have here. I have that. Oh, so this was on Wednesday, so very early on in the con. I had one plan Wednesday that I was very excited to get to. T Fur, who's already stopped by in chat and I already showed the very like JoJo pose of them from the break world. But they put on a tea party. And this is a party that was like not a big party. It was intended to cap out at like 10 or less people. And I feel like we hit that very well. And it was a really good cozy way to begin the con. When they told me, Kel, if I'm thinking around 5 p.m. for the party, I thought to myself originally, oh, but I wonder if that'll like run in the way of dinner or like if a lot of people will be there on Wednesday. But I think I was totally wrong. And I think Tifa was totally correct. It was like the perfect day and the perfect time to have a cozy introduction to the con because, especially people like Lan, like not everybody has met each other physically. Hawk went to the party, it was their first time, of course, meeting like all of these folks. So to have just like a soft space where T freaking nerd out about tea and like just have a bunch of snacks everywhere was awesome. They gave out some to the people who came by, but there was like this very soft kind of like earthy tea that Tifa made, and they're like, "Hey, you can brew this at home." I always think it's funny. It's just like this feels like the type of thing that you pass around the class, and the teacher is like, "Do you have enough for everybody?" And Tifa would have been like, "Bitch, I got 100. Let's make tea right now." They also did a Chen Pi tea ceremony, which every time I hear that, I just think of Chen Pai and I giggle just a little bit about it. But it was this type of tea ceremony. I think it was like a soft white tea that they had, where they did the first brew and it wasn't too strong. They did the second brew, it got a little bit stronger, and so on and so forth until like the taste of the tea just became like this very like not too strong but not too delicate, like perfect middle ground experience. It was very nice. Calm down from the travels, softly prepare for the con. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so we were doing the tea party in Tifer's room, but Tifer and Kieran were rooming together. So as soon as Kieran got there, it's just like, whoa, friends in my hotel room right now. Hi, Shifu. Makes me so happy that AC gets their own official day from the city. You love seeing furries getting accepted. Everybody gets into it. It's mega cute. You had one of your coffee resin things already? Good. I still have mine in like a pile. Speaking of things in a beautiful pile, so Hawk brought like a lot of Brazilian candy. I think this was one of my favorite, the Oro Branco. Look at this like gorgeous mix of textures. The nice kind of like white chocolate on the outside, chocolate on the inside, where this is a little bit softer, this is a little bit harder. Very good. I love wafer chocolate. So the beast was like really delightful. This right here, the pacoquita was so nice. What is it, like the De La Rose kind of very crumbly peanut butter? Oh, we looked this up. One is like almond based and one is peanut butter based, but they're very similar because there's the marzipan and the mazapan. I forgot that until I started talking about it. But yeah, very like beautiful, like soft kind of peanut, almost like peanut buttery sort of feel when it like melts in your mouth. I liked all the candy that I had. De La Rose is peanut butter marzipan. Yeah. That song had like very Simon and Garfunkel vibes. Yeah. Angela de Augustine, that album that was just playing. Oh, I didn't even mention. So the playlist that I put on is my 11-hour AC 2026 playlist. When my husband and I were driving, I just went top down and I tried to balance between the energies. But for stream, I've just been on shuffle this entire time. But yeah, Angel in Plain Clothes has like a very very gentle acoustic kind of like album sound to it. Came out earlier this year. Yeah, back in April. So it's still a pretty new album, but I really like that album. Pacoquita is the best part of a Nutter Butter. Made you so freaking happy. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You heard Hawk brought a piece of Brazilian eye candy. I mean, who could turn away? I forgot about the QR code. Who could turn away from a snap circle like this? Yeah, it was all really good. Let's see. So after like we had like the soft tea party times, there was the talk of dinner of what do we want to do. And this was like a really nice kind of cozy crew of people. It was just like four of us and we let Kieran get settled. I don't know about you, chat. This is like a me thing, not even trying to think from Kieran's perspective. But like if I just finish like a big long travel day and then there's a bunch of people in my hotel room, at least part of me is hoping for a small amount of quiet. So we just like went down to the lobby. It was like me and Tifa and Lan, and we were just like talking about. Well, I mean, they were talking about Magic cards while I was scrolling on my phone, and I actually recognized a couple people in the lobby. I saw Hermux there, who always borrows my husband's shoot Saya, shoots suit Shaya. There we go. I mixed it up. For the entirety of the con, I got to see them. I got to see a couple other people, and we just chilled for a bit while Kieran got ready. We ended up going to an entirely adequate Middle Eastern place. If only I had known of the halal spot before this. Everybody was raving about the halal spot. I don't know if I told anybody, but the husband and I went to that same place like 5 years ago or something like that. And we were like, that was mid, and then we never went back. But apparently, like they've turned it around and they're like really good now. I only got soft serve at the halal spot. Hawk so handsome, true. The hummus was so gross. I'm glad I didn't get hummus. I got a falafel quesadilla lamau. I've never heard of the concept of a falafel quesadilla, but falafel and cheese and bread. I'm an American. I'm not going to say no. It was so mid. Yeah, they didn't even have napkins. They just had like a giant like brown paper towel roll for you to pull from. Hi, Boba. Boba, it's so funny. The other person who recognized me in Northern Lions chat was here earlier, and I talked about how two people recognized me in Northern Lions chat. They brought up a good point though. It's just like, well, you're a partnered streamer who also had a first time chatter badge around your name, so you kind of stood the fuck out. Which I didn't even think about. I forgot it was like my first post in Northern Lions chat the other day. Yeah, hummus should never be gross. True. Hi, Harbus. Harbus, all I'm gonna say, nice art that you got recently. Anyway, I'm currently not very far in the middle of my con recap. This is what you heard about. This particular TF party is where a bunch of us were texting Harbus Lamau. Ruff. It's probably Cisco hummus. You have bad hummus at TFS. It was upsetting. Woof. So I want to see a friend tomorrow. Well, I'm going to see a friend tomorrow. We're gonna get food. But they are hanging out with a picky eater, and I don't know if the picky eater will want to go, but I kind of want to take them to the Lebanese Mexican taco place. I know I never shut the fuck up about it, but I gave them a couple of different options. I'm like, we could go to an awesome Thai place, or we could go to the Lebanese Mexican taco place. I guess I didn't even tell them that it was that. I just gave them the name of it and gave them the menu to like look up. Oh yeah, I told you, Harbus, but now you can actually like see. There it is. I don't know if I'm the first person to own like the tag on like any kind of collar. I already had it on my model, but now I have it like on an actual metal tag. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's cool. Yeah, you can thank Lan. Lan was the guy who did that and had the idea. I can't miss the TF cookies. If only I'd been there sooner. Let's see. I'm so far unstructured. Here we go. I might have missed some chat here. I'm scrolling through. Does this to you? Their nose. You did. The dog petting party was awesome. I want to set up a dog petting party if Sam is not at the next AC. Okay. So we had the incredibly mediocre Middle Eastern food. And like meals at cons to me are like just for the sustenance. Like I have had conversations with people that I care a lot about, and a lot of them are incredibly emotionally attached to the idea of like an important con meal or a big con meal, or like this has to be a delicious meal. And I can't say that I'm too emotionally attached to meals at cons. They're more like a means to an end. Like, would I have gone to Condados for literally every freaking meal at the con? Like, yeah, that would have been fine for me. um the people around you are like what makes it memorable. And like I don't need like a big 20-person meal to feel happy. Like Caleb was saying, they only went to meals with either 4 or 5 people. I think that's like perfect. I think that's gorgeous. All of my favorite meals at this con were like less than 6 people, I think. And I don't know, it's just interesting to think about. Your poor salt intake if you had condados every meal. That's true. Yeah. You have to start trying to gain back the 10-ish pounds she lost. That's so crazy to me, Lan, is that you like lost weight going to AC. Small group sure as hell make it more personal. Yeah, absolutely. So after we had our mediocre food, we started like walking back over to the Westin. And every year I see Zord in this area across the condados, trying to cross the street, getting beautifully distracted by all the presences around them. And it's so adorable to having seen it happen again. So I mentioned it earlier. I'll get my camera out. That I brought my Pashad box, and after I stopped by the hotel room before like going out again, I kept this box in my backpack. I didn't tell anybody about it, but I had this with me the whole time. And inside of here, I had all of the paintings that I wanted to give away. I had 4 paintings that I had done for people, 2 of which were known, 2 of which were just secrets that I had on me. And as I was hugging Zord, I said, Zord, I have a surprise to give people. What should I do if one of those people is around here? Should I wait or should I go for it? And they said, Kelif, you should wait. Wait until everybody is around. And I know that they were referencing that tomorrow is when like the meetup was going to be happening. The meetup of like last year it was what, 55 people, and this year it was like 70 people of all the VR chat, all the Twitch people who kind of share this space with us. And I said, you know what? It's so hard to close it. It's so hard to close it. You're right. I'm gonna keep it locked up. So I did. And I didn't do anything with it that day. I held on to it to the next day. Welcome back, Arky. You lost a couple pounds as well. You were not eating enough. Ooh, I should have fed you kibble while I cuddled you. You know, getting around 4 pounds like they do the reinduction of carbs into your system and the massively boosted fluid. Yeah, I imagine it was so fucking hot. I was trying to chug as much water as possible. Like, this is a 20-ounce water bottle. I was having like 3 of these a day, and one of them would have a liquid IV in it as well. I'm gonna sip. Hi, Poppin. Poppin. I saw the clip that Wolvie posted when Wolvie in your chat was like, my man is right outside my door, and you were like, yo, man, go get your man. That was such a funny clip. You barely hit 2 meals a day, the quota of this con. I think I only had some 2 meal days. I definitely mostly had 3 meals a day, but also I'm a very early boy. I woke up like 8-ish, I think, every morning. Um, which is what I wanted. I guess one day I was at sleep until like 9. Even if you have 1 meal days, I'm happy that we grabbed you, Tifer, when it was me, Lynn, and Caleb, and we're like, there's a spot right here, get food. And what did you say? I think you said, I don't know if I planned on like eating today. You had 1 6 shower day. Did you get a lot of Bud Light on you and you have to wash it off? You have 1 meal days often. I can't imagine. I mean, I was gonna say I love food too much, but I think you love food more than me. Maybe you have better food self-control than me, because I have bad food self-control. All your days are 3 meal days every day. One of your days, lunch was at 4 and dinner was at 9. I got invited to a 10 p.m. dinner fumble, and internally I'm like, I don't know. My days are 3, 4. I still have never had a slushie. Zord asked if like I could be a +1. Well, they asked generally, and I said I'll happily be a slushie +1. I've still never had an alcoholic slushie. What do you mean you had 2 meals total, Matos? Shakes head. Pea bit butter. 1 meal days are your default. That's fascinating to me. You showered 3 times on Saturday, you think for the first time ever? Yeah, Cactus, I think you were the one who was describing it as, it says it's 14%, I think it's over 20%. So, I was hugging Zord, and I asked them, "Should I do it?" And they told me to wait. So, you know who was near them? Jovi. On Jovi's Kudo board, their birthday was what, 3 weeks ago by now, somewhere around there? I mentioned on their Kudo board, when I first saw you at Anthrocon last year, I wasn't able to hug you because you were under the weather and you were trying to be safe and masking up and keeping distance, but still like trying to be around a little bit. And I told them, I'm going to hug you on site this year. And I was able to keep my promise. I saw a very healthy Jovi just hanging out near Zord, and I got to hug them. It's interesting because now that the con is over, I can take kind of a holistic view at things because there's some people who I have talked with so much in VR chat. Some people I've done like one-on-one long hangouts, long emotional talks with, and Jovi matches that for me. I also barely saw them at the con and barely talked to them. And like, that's okay. It's okay to be like, the people who I spent a lot of time with online aren't necessarily going to be a match for in person. And like I said to Loop at the start of the stream, no matter how much fucking time I spend with anybody at a con, it's never going to feel like enough. And is that a Logitech G600? Oh, it is. There's also 2 of them because it's my favorite mouse in existence. And yeah, I want it on every one of the computers that I have. They were okay. Usually not frozen enough. Yeah. Oh, you get the chance to go back to Crystals. It was empty this time. Tifer also really liked Crystals. He was the first person I ever went with to Crystals. It was them and somebody else a long time ago. But the food was really delicious. Play with Corvy's ears. I should add that command. Corvy should be able to be played with and perceived here. Gotta buy multiple. Yeah, literally. That's what I'm paranoid about. I do mean the Greek place, yes. You forgot you forgot to go there, Lamau. Okay, so one of my favorite stories from the con is I just got the hug with Zord, I just got the hug with Jovi, and I was just chatting with folks. And as you can tell, as a hand tuber slash VTuber on Twitch, I like to talk with my hands a lot. I'm gonna try and reenact this where I was chatting and then I did this. Like I just did a little one of these as I was talking, kind of like one of the Nardad Slay emojis. And across the street, somebody walks on over and they're like, Oh, Caliph, I didn't recognize you, but then you did this, and then I knew it had to be you. And I'm like, you're not wrong. It is me, but how the fuck do you recognize me from this? Like, it's true that this person has met me at cons, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 separate times at this point. This, shocking that Brushwood Mutt could see this from across the street and then just immediately know that it's I. I told this story a lot to people at the con because it made me laugh so much. So thank you, Brushwood Mutt, for knowing me exactly from that. It was also funny because Lance, aka Timberwolf, they were also across the street. So I pat her on over and I talked to them. Lance had a gift for me that he bought 2 years ago and he forgot to give to me. So I see Lance basically every year at Anthrocon, and I always get to say hi. I always get to chitter a little bit with them. Sometimes I even get like margaritas with them, and it's fun. But they're like, Caliph, I got a thing for you, but I don't have it on me. You have a mission to find me again, and I will have it on me. So I ended up finding them later. I did fulfill the mission, but I'll talk about that later. You wish you got to chat more. I'm glad that we at least got some chat. You and I got a meal together, which I can't say without everybody. Is he, Ben's wrist, Caliph? So when you meet someone at Anthro in suit, they didn't recognize me in suit, they recognized me with the puppy purrs. That's very cute. Yeah, they are very good purrs. That's so true. Um, oh, so a cute thing. So Andy Dershin, along with another friend that I have, did the gauntlet. They went to Evo 2 weekends ago, and then they went to Anthrocon this past weekend. But an extra cute thing that Andy did is that Andy's parents were also in Pittsburgh, and they were showing me their phone in the West End, like text between like their parents and them. And adorably, I'm gonna hiccup. Adorably, you could see their mom and their dad being like, "Oh my god, everybody is so cute." And the hotel they were staying, and they're like, "Oh my god, they're on our floor. Look." Another cute thing Andy did is their parents were only there through Wednesday, but they ended up having dinner with Bug and Val, aka Lupin, and I got to see the text on their phone from their parents of being like, "Your friends are so sweet. We're so happy that you're surrounded by affection, by love." It was really cute. Hi, Wolvie. Hi. Don't worry. I'm not even through Wednesday. So there's plenty more to talk about. There was even a channel point prediction earlier of am I going to finish in a single day? Looks at the clock. Probably not. Arroof. How did I not give you pets? I felt like I got like the softest puppy ever from Robbie during the con. We had some like nice long slow hugs. I felt bad, Robbie, because I didn't immediately like recognize you. But two things. One, you had a hat on, and two, you weren't like full on 100% puppy mode. And I forgot it was possible for you to come across as a very, very soft doggo. But I'm very happy that I got to hug you a few times. You predict like 3? I think it's impossible. I think by Sunday I'm done. Anyway, so yeah, talk about all of this. So, Tater, I've known for actually God, I've known for probably like 5 years now between VR chat and cons, and I've had like a number of like really good in-person moment at cons. Tater is one of my favorite types of people where even if we don't see each other very often, they're always like very silly, very fun, and then can also have an emotional conversation if you want to. They also, unfortunately, went through the same thing my husband did. So my husband, this is not an exaggeration. I know I exaggerate a lot. Waited 8 years for a fursuit to be done. And it took so long that there was actually like a Telegram group chat for other people who have been waiting just as long for the maker to be like, here's an emotional support group while we all wait for this thing that we paid like thousands of dollars for. Tater didn't have to wait 8 years, but they still had to wait like fucking 5 years. And apparently their maker was at the con. And so I saw them before they got anything, like pretty early on Wednesday. And they were like, I know they're here. I'm going to find them. And then later on in the day, I got to see, oh, they finally got their fursuit head and they were waddling around, being very adorable. I guess it was a full like partial. But I'm very happy that their journey had finally ended because I know how that emotionally destroys people. Was that you, Felix? Did you have to wait a long time for your Foxy? So many friends were flummoxed by how chill I am IRL. I mean, when Lan hung out with you, my first question was, how many human words did you get? And they said, actually, 90 plus percent. Oh my god, you're 8 years late now for your fur zombie suit. I hate this for you. I don't even know if you get an emotional support Telegram chat. Ruff, ruff, ruff. You wanna go see Robbie momentarily? You didn't get to puppy pet them? They I'm glad that you also have one, because my husband was with a different maker. It was for One for All, who definitely also has a similar reputation. Let's see. So a nice, really cozy day, cozy moment at the con is first day, Wednesday. The Westin lobby is just flooding with people as it always is. There's like these little like wooden slats. How do you say? Almost like bleachers, but there's only 3 rungs, like 3 little steps. And it's a very cozy spot to hang out. And I always love sitting there in the Westin lobby, just being surrounded by the presence of individuals. And Tifa and I got to sit down, and I pulled out one of my favorite tarot decks that I have right now, the Herb Crafter's Tarot. It's essentially written from the perspective of a master gardener that has literally everything just nearby. And it's not only a reading of like traditional tarot, it has a couple other things. It has like a poem at the top about the theme of every card. And at the bottom, it says, if you own this deck, or sorry, if you own this flower that you pulled, like a mugwort or something, here's something that you could do. Like, it could be make like a little floral crown out of it. It could be like place it over here in the sunlight in a particular angle. It's like another way to enhance your reading, which is very cute. But what we wanted to talk about was intimacy at the convention. That was my question that I wanted Tifer to answer, being the deck holder. I said, how can I express intimacy at this con? And that is what I got to hear from them. When I picked up the deck and they're like, well, Kelif, I want to ask a question now. They're like, Kelif, I kind of want to ask the same thing. I kind of want to also ask, how can I express intimacy at this con? And I was like, okay, what if we like tilt it a little bit? What if we split it into like 2 parts? What if we ask about the intimacy of the known and the intimacy of the unknown? Which I feel like cons are literally the perfect environment of that. Like, I can be intimate with people I know in a very different way than with strangers. But every single con, I get like at least one, usually up to 5, like really interesting moments with strangers. Like, there's some kind of magic about interacting with somebody that you have no idea who they are, but then there's like this powerful moment of you being like silly together, you having a joke together, even you sharing like an awkward moment with each other. um I won't talk too much about your reading unless you want me to, Tifer, but I hope at least one of the 2 things we talked about came true. Hi, Balasar. You're so adorable in both instances. You're considering doing a recap after Win leaves your home. Yeah, that would be very cute. Yeah, Tifer is very sweet and soft. Hi, Sancho. This recap makes you a bit emotional. You should have something like this in your life. You'll eventually have more of the IRL community. Gonna be online friends at some point. Be seen. Yeah. Oh my God. School makes it so freaking hard. Transportation and money. Yeah. Honestly, most people I know in school depend a lot on their friends to just help with anything. Like, I won't name names, but I know a number of school people who are like, yeah, I literally couldn't do cons unless somebody paid for my plane ticket or like let me crash in their hotel for free, which is like very valid because things are horribly expensive in this world. And as a student, you don't really have any income. That's true. Yeah. Good moments with strangers can be the pipeline to not being strangers. Yeah. You have a quick question? Can you be saying the explanation of the pages of the cards? Yeah. I mean, I could just go grab my deck from the other side of the room. Ugh, ugh. Hi, pal. So there's gonna be an ad starting in 30 seconds, surprising nobody because I've been yapping for a while. Oh, you may or may not be writing your recap right now. I mean, I know the exact cards that like we pulled for you. So like I can just show you and you can take like a screen cap or something. Let's see. I know it was Mugwort, but I don't know if that was like a major or minor arcana. Oh, I found it already. That was so fast. Ba-ba! So yeah. Feel free to just take a little screenshot and go through it, Lamau. I can send you like an active, like better photo after the fact. And then I know it was the curandera of fire. I mean, I feel like just the word passion would be perfect for that. Yeah. Eh, eh. Which one is it? It was this one. Eh, eh. It's so hard. Working with a camera is so difficult. Did you try the tea? Not yet. No. I've actually been so tired, Sancho. I've basically only been sipping coffee in the morning. Oh gosh, Win and Wolvie are so cute. Wolvie, I'll be curious. I'm sure you'll talk about it like during your recap. Just the idea of the goal that you had from last year to this year. Although I guess we're in the middle of an ad, so I shouldn't ask any questions to anybody that's so rude of the streamer. I'm actually gonna sip my tea. Mm. Gotta work in your recap. How did you not run into anyone? Shut the fuck up, Boba. I do love this bit of how you're like, I can't believe I didn't see you. And then like you just weren't there. It's literally not in the same state. One of my favorite stupid things that happened is Opta was also in the Weston lobby. And I was hanging out with a couple of people like Tifer and Rago and others. Opta is like right here, just hanging out in the circle. They stare directly at Rago, and Rago stares back, and they're like, "Yeah." Rago doesn't have a badge on. A lot of people don't have a badge on Wednesday, and Opta's like, "I'm trying to remember. Like, we had a conversation. I'm trying to remember who you are, but you can't be Rago." And Rago's like, "Uh-huh, yeah," just staring. And like they go back and forth for a couple more sentences, and Opta's eventually like, "But are you? Are you Rago?" And Rago's like, "Yeah, I am." That was so funny to me, Rago. Just the idea of like, you can't be Rago directly to your fucking face. I wonder what reason they had in their mind that like you could not be Rago. Hi, Cootie. You got that's true. Yeah, Lan got glomped. Literally, AnimeCon glomped by Rago. Actually, can't be Rago. Hi, Knuckles. Knuckles, I hope you're recovering. I saw that you did get sick from the convention. I thought this was very fun. So I read this book. This is called The Assembler Finding Home. So this is written by Photographer. Photographer is so cool and so fun. Out of all like the hundreds of people that I have met through VR chat and Twitch, I guess it's thousands at this point, which is crazy to say. Photographer is one of the most interesting people I've ever met, and they wrote a book. I didn't even notice like all of these over here. Shout out to Lan for pointing out that like all these leaflets were around. Did you know you can scan this QR code and get there free to read the book? It actually is a really good book, and I read a early copy of the second book, and it's going to be a trilogy. And I will be purchasing that. If it ever gets printed, I'll be purchasing 2 and 3. Small enough to be picked up and carried away. True. You think if you do decide to go to the Carolina Fur Fair this fall, gonna try and look for somebody here at the college? Yeah. By the time you look hiccup towards larger cons, you'll have more income. But if it's ooh, hiccup. If environmental science as a field still exists in the US before 2028, fingers crossed. Zayden, hi. Is it easier to run into Twitch friends if you get there on Wednesday? Huh. I don't know, because from my husband's perspective, when we got to Anthrocon, I'm thinking 4 years ago, he saw some friends on Wednesday and they were like, oh, Wednesday's the new hot day to get here. And nowadays, I know some people getting there on Tuesday, which is crazy to me. But anyway, I think it just really depends on like your slice of Twitch chimerical. Because if it matches my side, if we have the same exact friend group, I would say yes. Like I did know a good number of Twitch people that were there on Wednesday. I got to hang out with Tifer, I got to hang out with Kieran, I got to hang out with Hawk, I got to hang out with Henway and Ventira, with Rago, and a number of other people. And then Thursday was, of course, like a massive explosion of others. I would argue that if you have a healthy social group, like going to cons, like a lot of the people going to the same spots that you go, going on Wednesday can be very nice because Wednesday is a little bit slower, a little bit softer, and Thursdays are usually like an explosion of just stuff happening because everybody's getting there. You saw it and you're like, Kelv, is that photographer fodder? Yes, it is photographer fodder. That was a great book, actually. Worst rapper name ever, Lamau. You saw those? You didn't realize they wrote it? Yeah. I mean, their real names on there, which I guess they advertise fully. But yeah, that's photographer fodder. This song is one of my favorite songs, Rago. Rago, did I tell you? I made a playlist called The First Two Songs of My New Band Believe, which you won't believe this is the first two songs of my new band Believe, because I'm obsessed with specifically those two songs and just want to re-listen to them over and over. I don't remember which painting it was, but one of the paintings that I did, it was just like 2 hours of only listening to this song back and forth. We'll be back soon. Okay, Jackie. You enjoyed settling in Wednesday into the pre-reg land on Thursday. Yeah. So I was asking during the ad, Wolvie. So I'll ask here. I hope the goal that you had of kind of, how do you say, being more easily found, being more within like these larger public spaces. I hope that went well for you this year. Let's see. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, Tifer. You almost escaped. So there's a gesture that I mean like wholeheartedly, and I mean like very emotionally true. Where if somebody's talking in VR chat and they're like getting interrupted, I do like this. I'm just like, I am offering you the space. I am listening to you, and I am here to be like the one who will pay attention, even if other people are talking over to you. Um, it may have started a bit during Anthrocon where like four of us would do this from different angles at Tifer, and they would always like just chuckle and giggle and go, no, no. It was like this beautifully visceral reaction from Tifer every time. There was a few times where like Tifer's head was turned and like me and a couple of other people did this, and then they would turn around and go, ah, like delightfully assaulted by our affection. Then you do that by doing that gesture right back at me. I think it's fun. I love this gesture. I don't even know where like I picked it up. Quick side story. One of my favorite things that my husband and I do for each other, hi Afro, is that when the other person is talking and we really want to like say something in the middle of it but not interrupt them, we do this. We just put a pin in the air, and then it tells the other person without interrupting them, I want to say something. So it says leave a gap, and then they can pick up, and then you pull the pin out, and then you keep talking. Occasionally, like when one of us is telling a long story, we'll be putting like multiple pins, like, oh hey, I really want to say something. I really want to contribute, but I don't want to interrupt you. I don't know if y'all have friends like this, and I don't mean it in a bad way because everybody has different styles of socialization, but I know some people who are very interesting and very fun, but they also like constantly interrupt you just a little bit. I struggle with that sometimes, honestly. So being able to like have the pins or to be like, I want to listen to you and not get interrupted. This is a crazy emo. The yikes. Wait, we're talking about triangles? Playing with your triangle if you do. If you boot my nose and press my triangle at the same time, you take a screenshot, Lamau. Let's see. So that was my Tuesday and my Wednesday. We've only done this much of my cons so far. We're 2 hours in. I'm gonna take a sip of tea right now. Ah. Something you struggle working with. You're easy to interpret as quiet in a conversation if people are talking a lot over me. So my husband's family, I struggle to socialize with them sometimes because they how do I phrase? They grew up in an environment where it was considered natural and normal to start speaking before the other person is finished, and then you have the next spot in the conversation. Like not waiting for a gap, but creating your own space by starting to talk over them. So that happens all the time. So I feel incredibly quiet around the husband's family because I grew up in the opposite environment. I grew up in the you have to wait for space before you can talk. And there's just literally no space when I'm around my husband's family. So it's like, okay, I'll sit here, I'll wait. I also eagerly ask questions, Felix. I have interrupted people out of my own eagerness. That stresses you out so much. One of your major pet peeves is being interrupted. Yeah. You want to know about the pin thing? You know, you're bad about when to say things and not knowing when people are done with a thought and interrupting by accident. I legitimately think it helped my husband and I communicate like really well with each other. Hi, Kiba. Wow. Thank you for the 23 months. Whoa. You can pick it up if someone wants to say something you're pretty good at remembering. And when you go back, what do you want to say? If we're on a tangent, you're pretty good at remembering to circle back. Good. That's so sexy of you. So being interrupted also feels like people aren't caring enough about what I'm saying, depending on how interrupted. Yeah. I'm gonna sip my tea. Let's see. Thursday. I know that it was a unprecedented heat wave and you might be confused as I say room is cold. Holy fuck. The courtyard's AC is too good. We were like the heat index every day of the con minus Sunday was not exaggerating over 100 degrees. When the room was set to 65 degrees, it was so cold. You think it was set to 50? So it was one of those how you describe. So the thermostat was like this, and there was like the range of possible like numbers right here on the thermostat, and you just like dragged it side to side. So there was no knowing about like what exact temperature you were at. I think it was here though. I think it was fully all the way down, and my God, I was frigid, which I described to a couple of people at the con, and the people would always respond with, "Oh my God, that sounds so nice because it's so hot." I was shivering, and we only had like two incredibly thin, like paper thin blankets on each of the beds. So it did make it difficult to sleep. It wasn't ad cold the next night, thankfully. You was like an early life issues. You always worried about over talking, smothering the convo. It used to be so much that you would always stop your talking to let someone else have the mic. It depends on the friend because, and I mean this endearingly. Whenever I talk to Bowser the healer, we basically just autism over each other. Where like we will tell a 5 to 10 minute story about our life, then the other person will go nice, and then also tell a 5 to 10 minute story back. So it just depends on like who I'm interacting with. I actually met somebody. earlier this week, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I play VR chat, but I intentionally am like a mute person in VR chat." And because I've chatted with Thel a lot in VR, I'm like, "Lamau." If I ever see this person in VR, I feel like I will be very good at talking to them and petting them. Perfect snuggle weather. That's true. There was a moment, it wasn't this night, but it was in the room and I was cuddling Lan and I had a hoodie on and I was under two paper thin blankets and I was still cold. But to be fair, I was dressed literally like this. So tights do not provide much warmth. So my legs were actually kind of chilly. Interrupting is a habit you struggle with. You had a friend group in the past where you never get a word in unless you interrupted. Ooh, I know those groups. You were pretty cold in a room in the Omni. I guess it depends on the hotel because the Marriott, and I guess there was a different Omni room that I went to where they were like the AC was all the way down. It was still kind of hot. To be fair, there was like 30 people in that room. One of your roomies pulled the panel off to activate the VIP mute to turn it down as low as possible. I mean, given that you had a lot of suitors in that room, that tracks. You love listening to these stories. Uh-huh. Not me forgetting my Somna hoodie. No. Unfortunately, they're called tights and not warms. Ooh, I need to get some warmies. You could have told me you need someone to warm your legs up. Anyway, you'll return to being normal. Uh-huh. That's true. That's Foodski's arm right here. Whoa. Let's see. So Thursday, I was frigid, but we went over to Coffee Village. So it became a pattern for me personally 2 years ago and for my general friend group last year, where if you are up in the morning and you want a coffee and you don't know what to do with yourself, just wander down to Coffee Village. There's guaranteed to be somebody you know there. I have. There's never been a point the entire time at this Anthrocon where I went in Coffee Village and there was not at least two people that I knew, which is very funny to me. I got to talk with Andy a little bit, and even if I'd known they had gone to Evo, we didn't really talk about it. Both them and Deluxy also went to Evo, so I got to talk to each of them over the course of the con about that. For people unaware, Evo is the like gigantic fighting game tournament, and Andy and Dell and Derek and Spiker, if people know them, they all went to go compete in Rivals 2. I actually got to learn a lot about Evo because Derek did their Evo recap while the husband and I were driving 14 hours home. So the entire 4-hour recap of Evo, the husband and I just listened to while either he or I drove, which is very nice. But a lot of cute stories. It kind of, I imagine, just felt like a mini furry con for them. I don't know Ritual Neo, but they were also there. So it's like a gaggle of like furries just all walking around an event like this, and then immediately you go to Anthrocon the next weekend. So the cleaning ladies were declaring war on your room. We said to 68, and then they've after they fixed the room, it would always be 73. That's true. Yeah, Ven is like local to that area, so they made cookies for the Evo crew, which was so cute. Hi, Joey. Joey, nice to see you. Joey, I'm gonna go find a video. I thought of you yesterday. Where was this posted? Oh, I know where to find it. So, I thought of you yesterday because when I first met you, God the lore, you were doing like these cute little tours of VR chat worlds and then talking about them. My friend Bomberdactyl, I'll post this video in chat if anybody wants to watch it. Deckies, I feel like you would very much enjoy the creature energy of this. So Bomberdactyl uses like this feral, fluffy griffin avatar, and they just filmed this gorgeous little video of them flying around just like the open skies with a bunch of dragons. I feel like this is absolute like Therian bait. It's like, oh, don't you wish you were a creature? Like, stop that music. Like, don't you wish you could just flow around like this? Oh, look at the way they just flutter. Oh, I love these avatars. It's so pretty. Yeah, the Therian you is over the moon. I thought so. I think it's the second half of the video. They do it as a dragon. Yeah, even more dragon Therian energy. So yeah, super cool. I've not been to this world. Bombardactyl does like a lot of VR and finds a lot of very interesting worlds. As someone who's very looking at Ethereum, very interested in this. Yeah, I linked it in chat. It's a very cute video. You deliver them in a big Uber bag for your e-bike. Let's go. Yeah, so Bombardactyl, side note, they occasionally stream, and they also have a bunch of just like VR emotes of their like really good Griffin. Ooh, gosh, I love. Anyway, yeah, I thought of you when I saw that, Joey, so I'm glad that you stopped by here so I could show it to you. Bomber's so cool. They're like super duper easy to chat with. They also have incredible facial tracking too. I'm gonna set my tea. Mm. Okay. So yeah, I got to talk to Andy. I got to see Nervous. I got to see Silver. I got to see a bunch of people who just stopped by Coffee Village. Um, I I forget who said it, but it was very funny to me. They were like, Kelif, this friend group seems very bracelet forward. Which, yes, I've been a bracelet boy for quite a while now. And Nervous also gave me, well, they had a giant bag of them and I got to choose. But I got these beads from Nervous, which is very cute. There's stories over here off camera of like other beads that happen to the con that I'll get to later. But maybe it is a very like bead forward friend group, and I just never thought about it until this con. So Sam, who's like a nice fluffy white dog, and also put on the incredible puppy pizza party during the con. I've talked to in VR here or there. I've talked to in Discord calls here or there over the past couple years, but like I've never like met them. And I can't say I've had like an incredibly long sustained conversation with him, but I got to have a lot of like really cute moments with Sam like over the course of the con, and I got to like appreciate them a lot more. One fun thing is that if you see Sam around, either in VR chat or on Twitch, they have this name, which I've always just pronounced Enu. And the idea of where did your name came up while we were in Coffee Village. I had no idea it was actually inspired by a mathematical equation. What was it, like E equals H over NU or something like that? I just had no idea. So when people in chat are like, "Oh, how do you pronounce your name?" And it's like, "Well, it's actually an equation." Pushes up glasses. For people who know like Rago and mathematics, like people who for fun do math equations just in VR chat worlds and like just draw all over the space, I feel like Sam is a pretty similar style of person to that, like delightfully nerdy. So to learn that their name is inspired by an equation, not surprised. It's hard because the line of feeling for you is like, is this furry or Therian? Because you connect with the line so much is very fuzzy. That's fair. Like, mm, I was trying to think like I had a number of different conversations with people at a party later in the con mythic that was all about like, where do you get your feral urges from? And I was thinking like it's a whole different world, not just from the perspective literally of being another four legs or two legs, but like I guess it's a different mindset too. Kieran's so cool, true. I love the Maddie Reindeer Extreme One blush. It's so fucking cute. Yeah, you have mouth tracking now. I love this song. Your basic collection quadrupled at this con, Lamau. Is he, a bracelet boy? Maybe. Sam is such a good dog. How do you pronounce your name? You activated my trap card. I people ask me even during this con, how do you pronounce your name when they see my badge or something? And I mean this in like full truth and honesty. I like when people just spend when my name spends a lot of time in their mouth. It's like they can go Keelif, Khalif, Caliph, Kylif. Like as long as it's two syllables and their accent slash personality comes through, it's joy for me. I don't like the single syllables, the Kelf. There was a conversation at the con where it's like, well, Kelif, if you had a 3-syllable name, what would it be? And we decided Khalifi is like the one way that you could make it a 3-syllable word that would like, I guess, make sense. But like, I don't want to do that. Thank you for Asterix Wolvie. Yeah, literally the one banned term in my freaking stream. You didn't know Sam before the con. You're really glad to have gotten to know him a bit. They're very fun. I like Sam a lot. Kelp. Me when I get my fish sona. You can't say that I like I like it when Kella spends a lot of time in their mouth. What do you mean? I've said it before and it stays true. Quell if. That reminds me of me trying to look at the GF in Final Fantasy VIII of Quetzalcoatl and be like, how the fuck do I say that? Yeah, thank you, Kieran. You see those really stupid crown badges? I actually have a photo. Here. Yeah, the really stupid crown badges like these. They're great. I think I have the artist name in here somewhere. I don't know if I do. It's just I took a picture of their booth and described where it was to people. Yeah. I don't have the full name, I guess, but it's close there. Phosphine? I think it is phosphate. I do love these. I knew a number of people, Felix, who like either forgot badges or just never had a badge before, and they wanted a quick badge done. And at the dealer's den, I was like, people go here. They're in the artist alley. It'll be so fast. Hi, Ray. Ray, how you doing? Just K. I guess I know people who go by K, like Kae, and kind of phonetically Kay. So, like, I guess it is kind of like a name. Oh, that's true. Coralith, gosh. Crypto, I don't think I said hi, but I did see you type earlier. You like to sing song names? I love sing songy names. Definitely different, like goblin feral energy, a bit less feral, more so critter. They're just seeing the American badge. Yeah, that's so true. Cute nails, thank you. They're not too chipped. They're just a little bit chipped. Yeah, Lan needs to get a silly badge. You know the reason trying to do more and more stupid stuff? Yeah. I mean, I know I went on the opposite incredibly high effort path, but still, I appreciate the stupid stuff. Oh, Stupid Chef does them too. Your friend Lost has LOSK in it. Mecha Lizard has Mechazord. That's funny. You should have gotten one of them. You didn't know where people are getting them. Yeah, $20 is a great deal. Like, I know realistically it doesn't take them very long to do it, but it's so fun. It's so cute. It's pronounced Kelif Asterix. I remember when Chiro went by their earlier name of Sizik, and it's just like they would type out in chat, it's pronounced Sizik. They would just type out the exact name, and I always thought that was funny. You know, they're awesome. Yeah, thank you. I didn't wrap the tip. Don't tell Gunner the rat. They'll be sad. Let's see, where to leave off? Yeah, there you go. So it was time to strip. So context. We hi Chiro. um Driving on up, I was the guy who got all the stuff for the car. Like I got all the snacks. I like refueled the car. My husband actually got our local car nerd friend Jay and like got the tires rotated, air filters replaced, all the like cool things that you're supposed to do before a big ass road trip we did. And I also got a collection of water. It was not enough water. Deckies on their stream was talking about like I bought 2 like collections of bottled water and I only needed 1. We needed 2. So I was committed. I was like, we have to fucking get more water for the room or we're going to explode. Like, it's not just like, oh, go refill your water bottle using the tap water nerd. Like, my husband is going to be suiting nonstop because he's getting a new fursuit this con. So it's like, I need him to have like easily available water. And if he loses a water bottle, he could just have another one around. Like, I wanted to be prepared. So after like Coffee Village, I said, Lan, I really want to go do the chore. We have to go fucking find some bottles of water. So we looked around. There was like a 7-Eleven nearby. They only had like singular. They didn't have any cases. So we're like, well, screw it. Let's just go walk down to the Strip. And the Strip is an actual place over in Pittsburgh. It's like really close. It is walkable to the con. It's farther away than like most ever things, but like you can just step on over there. And there's a lot of fun stuff. We ended up like walking through the entire strip, checking 2 different stores, and none of them had, like, any containers of bottled water, and we're like, "Okay, I give up, but we're gonna go get pierogies as a reward instead." There's this Polish spot at, like, the very end of the strip. You have to, like, walk through the entire thing, but golly, we got fresh pierogies. These ones were made with farmer's cheese, and it was so nice. Like, I feel like I just ate a meal full of, like, carbs and cheese, and I call it a light meal, but this is a light meal compared to some other things that I had at the con, and, like, it felt nice, like, I just walked around well, I mean, it was incredibly hot outside, it was, like, 95 degrees, but I hung out with Lan, we stayed hydrated, and we got pierogies, even if my original goal of finding bottled water, like, didn't end up working out. Kelf and I did strip! So Fout Barb does like great silly badges too. For an extra $5, you can have them drawn on a Denny's placemat. That's so funny. You could have told me. I didn't know you had that. I only knew after the con deckies that you had a bunch of water. The new suit. Derek, it's so silly because I don't think I put pictures of my husband's suit on my recap because I was so busy thinking about what I did. Good news. I'm not going to finish this in one day so I can get pictures of my husband's suit later. Gosh, I love pierogies. Yeah, the S&D Polish deli on the strip. Yeah, that was so funny, Wolvie. The Owala Water Bottle Club. I am not part of that cult yet. Oh. You bring extra water next con. If anybody needs it, just visit your room. I actually did do that for Tifer and another friend, where I'm like, just take a bottle of water. Because like I knew I was gonna buy more anyway. Which Lan and I eventually ended up going to Target on a different day because they definitely did have water bottles, and we just well, I say we carried them back to the hotel. Lan valiantly and heroically just switched them from shoulder to shoulder and then carried them back over. Woof. Dell, first time chatting in my stream today. Type in woof, 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 woof. Hi. You get distracted by the Snurgle Sep soda. I know, Hawk is a very attractive. Look at them. So I had to get water from the Target there on the 4th. They closed just as we were getting there. We went to the CVS instead. I didn't even know there was a CVS around, but I should have looked for that. One of us. Woof, woof. Husbagram? Okay. Checks over my Telegram. Oh, you got some really cute photos I actually haven't even seen yet, husband. That's fun. Gosh. Oh my gosh. I actually haven't seen literally any of these photos. They're all so cute. So chat, I'm going to tell a story of my husband. So it's not a surprise that my husband is absolutely addicted to fursuiting. In this house right now, we may or may not have 6 or more fursuits inside of it. And this is a testament to his love. This is a testament to how he expresses himself. And it's a testament to how much he loves Anthrocon, because Anthrocon is like the best con for suiting. It's so beautifully like wide. There's so many different spots to go. You can like always just stay inside while exploring what you get inside. And there's a lot of cute things that he's done with suits. He has his main rat suit. He has a girl rat suit. He has like a blue red panda. There's a lot of different varieties. And there's a cute story about the suit that I'm about to show you where there's this incredible artist named Mad Shy. And Mad Shy has this like how do you say like Disney-esque art style, like very cartoony, wonderful shapes, very big eyes, very adorable. And they did like these cow dragons. This is like years ago. And my husband was like, "Holy frick. These cow dragons are so incredible. They're so cute." And this was happening around the time where my husband, who had commissioned this fursuit maker previously, and they had like just stayed friends and talking. This fursuit maker was like, I really want to just do a project that is just for me. I want to go hog wild. I want to go feral with a creative project that just sparks me and fills me with like the most magnanimous energy I could ever hope for. And my husband looked at both these like scenarios. You sent me the ref sheets. Thank you. Perfect. My husband looked at both these scenarios and thought we could just combine these two wants together. So my husband approached Mad Shy. My husband approached Rain, the Fuzz Factory suit creator, and they said, "Do you want to work together on a bespoke project where I will fund it, and then your creative energies can go wild?" So Mad Shy drew this. Gosh, Mad Shy's art is so freaking cute. This is the original cow dragon design. Thank you, husband, for sending that over to me. Periwinkle patch. So they're a plush cow dragon, star pattern on the underbelly. They're so like softly sad. They got like this nice butterfly over here on the horn. Oh, big button on the side. Meaty beans. That's what everybody wants. Cow dragon. This ended up being like the ref that the fursuit was created from. Periwinkle patch, plush cow X dragon. Yeah, yeah. They even mention it here. So this is true of like the current suit where there's a magnetic butterfly and then there's a magnet over here. There's a magnet, yeah, magnet on the nose right there. So you can move the butterfly around for different photo shoots. Everything about this is just so cute, so soft. And the maker was like, I'm so jazzed about this suit. Like, we could totally get this done at a different con. And my husband's like, no, Anthrocon is the con. And it was cute hearing him like talk back and forth in the maker, where a couple days, maybe in a week before the con, the maker's like, do you want to see like basically the final version? And they said, no, I just want to see it in person. They had seen like a whole bunch of work in progresses. They'd gone through all the major decisions. So it was no, just surprise me with the final product. So here it is. Here's the final product. This is my husband's new suit. Look at how fucking adorable he is. There it is. So there's the butterfly just like on the nose, the big cartoony eyes, the gigantic, completely useless bappy paws, the nice pouch right here. Oh, yeah. Ooh, I don't think I've seen it with the eyelids on. When I saw you in person in the suit, the eyelids weren't there. Yeah. So it shows that the magnet can be over here, the magnet can be over here. They're just so cuddleable. I got a couple hugs of them when they were in the suit. So nice. You might be thinking, this suit during like a heat wave, you're crazy. And you would be right if this was like 10 years ago. But fursuit tech has like evolved crazily. I actually haven't seen how it works on the inside, but my husband told me about it, where essentially it's designed more like a mascot suit, meaning like there's essentially an exoskeleton. There is like all of the fluff is can just be put inside of like the fabric. And that means that the weight is resting mostly on the shoulders. And for the most part, the actual suit itself is not touching your personal body. There's like a barrier of air between you and all of the padding, meaning that the heat does not entirely drain you. Was it hot? I'm sure it was still hot, but it is not as hot as you are imagining because Rain is an incredible costume designer, and that leads perfectly into their fursuit creations. All right, scroll up on chat because I was chatting a little bit. We love Moonfang. Gosh, you got a creative boner the way I said that. Thank you. I want you to know that suit made my night. Maybe appreciate cows a little bit more. Gosh. Oh, Seamus is a magnet in his suit head. Y'all can share accessories. I didn't know that. I did see Seamus's suit at ASC though last year. Patch for storing treats. Yeah, that feeling when the somebody gives you something in fursuit and you're like, okay, puts it away. Useless Bappy Paws, my beloved. Uh-huh. So It's an interesting suit for a lot of reasons because my husband has never owned like a suit in this style before. And historically, my husband has been anti-handler, maybe too strong, but they're like a creative free spirit. My husband likes to be silly in suit, run around, and not be tethered by the moment. They want to just do whatever they want to do. And like when you're in fursuit, staying in one position is a recipe for heat. If you keep on moving, there's going to be at least a little wind that like comes through your eye sockets and you can just keep going. Although I guess in this sense, you're more like waddling than walking. But all that to say is that this suit requires a handler. He cannot go out alone. Your paws are incredibly useless. You would not be able to take your head off. You would not be able to get out of suit without somebody's help. You can't even climb stairs. You literally can't go upstairs, period. You have to take an elevator and you can't hit elevator buttons with those paws. So it adds like a layer of responsibility. Like you have to have a friend with you. Like your friends can be in suit, that's fine. But you can't go alone. But to be fair, my husband knows basically every fursuiter ever. I think that's accurate. So therefore, I hope it's not hard for him to find people. So it's something you could be locked in. Sips my tea. You're gonna be big lurkies, Mr. Caleb. I love seeing your effervescence at AC. Miss you so much, Dell. I'm glad that we got to have not one, not two. Maybe it was just two. We had two like really good, like long emotional conversations. Also, it was so fucking funny talking to you about this image. That conversation made me chuckle. Thank you. I'm sipping my tea. This image lives in your head rent free. If you need a copy, let me know, but you probably have memorized it perfectly. Gonna be so for real. You forgot this album released already. Yeah, it's a really good album. Like the whole album is like super cute. Let's see. I know I'll be bullied if I don't take my bully time. So I'm gonna stand up. I'm going to play an ad and I'll just be back in like 5 minutes or less. I'm gonna go breathe. I'm gonna go stretch. I'm gonna take a bio break. Gonna refill my water. See, Deckies, I remembered. I remembered. I'll be right back. Hmm. I'm gonna forget everything. Rowie row. Oh, gosh, I love stretching. Okay. Wow. So, after Lan and I stripped, and we got our pierogies, as we were walking back, I think it was even when we were walking to get the pierogies, my husband sent me a text, and he was like, "Oh, Caliph, Reg is open early," which was surprising to me a little bit, because Reg was scheduled to open at noon like it did last year. Last year, Reg actually opened at 11. So I was like, okay, it'll probably open around the same time, early ish, but we have a time for an adventure. I was wrong because it ended up opening at like 10:30, maybe earlier. So we were nowhere near when this happened. So I wasn't even worried about it. Like, to be fair, I was a super sponsor, which I really only do to guarantee the hotel room, honestly. I very rarely interface with any of the perks that come with being a super sponsor, minus the hotel stuff. That's all I really care about. But this con I actually interface with multiple of the benefits. Still not all of them, but some of them. Yeah, you got to enjoy Line Con. So after we did our pierogi adventure, we just go directly over to Reg, and we do have to take a split where he goes to the standard Reg, and I go on over to like the super sponsor Reg. And I thought this is actually kind of nice because I have been just going, just adventures, just constantly like doing things. So me being alone in public now is actually kind of really nice because while I did like talk a little bit to the strangers in front of me and behind me, soon enough the conversations just like dwindled and it was just me just sitting there on my phone journaling a little bit, but mostly texting people. And one of the people that I wanted to text, and context I didn't talk about. So on the 14 hours to the con from Kansas City, I journaled a lot, surprising nobody. And something I journaled about was the populations of people that I wanted to see. I wanted to see a collection of individuals who I haven't seen in a while. I wanted to reconnect with some of them. There was a number of people, as there always are with cons like this, that I have never seen before. And I wanted to prioritize getting like some FaceTime with them. So I was thinking about these two populations as I was there alone in public in the super sponsor line. One of these people I wanted to reconnect with, Kodai, who was already in the stream earlier. They may still be lurking. But we see each other on twitch.tv a whole bunch in other spaces and MySpace. And like we DM a little bit here or there, but I haven't seen them in person in what felt like too long of a time. So I was like, they are somebody I wish to go grab. And as I was texting them and they were responding and we were going back and forth, and I was just like stuck in line, like very, very slowly. And I looked to my left and I'm like, oh, lol, Kodai's right there. So Lan went over to traditional Reg. I was in super sponsor. Kodai was in sponsor. So three separate ecosystems. I look to my right. I see Rago standing there with Sam. And I'm like, Lamau. I literally text Rago, turn around. And then I just point at them, which is always funny when I get to do that in Reg lines. Um, so given like the windy nature of the sponsor line, I got to see Kodai for a second, say hi and say nice texting neighbor hello. And it was good. I'm glad that I got to have a little bit of alone time, but also a little bit of like reconnect time in the line. Caliph, I want you to know, as I have your stream up, I have another stream up with someone working on a song that a friend is making for us with a prompt 8-bit cowboy. Yeehaw! Just sharing that because of mutual interest. I am horny for cowboys. This is true. Tuanshi. Hi, Tuanshi. So Lan also got to enjoy the winding of the line because they would just occasionally see Rago and Sam and other people. I forget who was there. Hi, Star. Hello. Arr. Oh wait, Star, you weren't here when I was talking about it? I now have a collar that says "Arr" right there. So now I can like literally be TF'd into a creature oh so easily. Thank you for the 4 months. I hope you're doing well. Um, so there was like some beautiful serendipity at the end of Reg because like as I was finishing my super sponsor line, Kodai was finishing their sponsor line. So we immediately just got to start hanging out. Like we both went to the front at the same exact moment. So beautiful serendipity. And we were walking around, and I knew I'd have to wait a little bit for the standard Reg people to finish. So I was thinking, well, what do we do? And we were just walking towards the West End. And as we kept like recognizing people and being recognized, I thought to myself, I kind of just want to spend more time alone with Kodai. So I invited them back to the hotel room and I said, I also told Lan to meet me in the hotel room after. So we'll get a +1 soon enough. But let's just hang out. Let's just us two lay in the bed and just talk about life for a little bit, which was really nice. So we got to do that. I got to show them all of my paintings. I actually took every one of my like secret paintings out of my device and like I showed them. I talked about the process of everything. Lan like eventually joined. We were talking about life and school and everything. And it was just really nice. That was a good soft moment of the con. There were some people during the con that I wish I could have seen more. See, we need 2 events every year, Rago. 1, actual Anthrocon. 2, we need to just have a cabin trip with our 30 favorite friends. And maybe then, it would actually be enough time. My husband has already planned a cabin trip for an entirely separate group of people for like March next year. And like I just need to bite the bullet. Well, I mean, obviously I need to bite a lot just in general because of the collar. But after things kind of like get back to normal in my life, which I still feel like I'm in a transitionary state post Anthrocon. Like my room's kind of a mess still, not that you can tell from this angle. I'm definitely behind in a bunch of messages and connections and plans, and I don't know. There's things I need to sort through still. But once I like stabilize either through the weekend or the middle of next week, I think I should probably start to like plan. Like just think where is a spot that I could do a cabin trip and who could I invite and who would be interested? How long would it be? And things like that. I think I should actually sit down and do that. And kept bumping into friends because they were like one line ahead of me. Yeah. Zigzagging about half a lane between 2 friends. It's so fun. That's very fun with Reg. You didn't get to meet Kodai? Oh, Kodai's so cute. You want to do a cabin trip so bad? That's what you keep saying. Chat, who has done a cabin trip with furries? It's really fun. I know Hurry is incredibly good at like organizing those. I've only done the one so far, but it was a very cozy time. Yeah, I don't know how I have one of your shirts. I think it just got into my pile of like done clothing. I freaking have a laundry bag that like is just hanging on a door handle in my room, and I usually bring it to cons, but I forgot this time. If I had remembered, all of my clothes would have made it there. It's a super cute idea. It's really good. Like, so context, cons are fucking expensive. Like, I don't know how much I spent at this con yet because I haven't done my budget, but traditionally I spend like $2,000 on a con trip in general. Do you want to know how expensive the week-long cabin rental is for all the people going, like their share? It's like $400 or something like that. And when my husband told me that, he's like, "Yeah, that's actually way more expensive than last year. Last year was like $300." And like that was true of the cabin trip I did, where it's like they're very cheap, but you have to plan a long time in advance, and then the travel is like you still have to do that. But the actual expenses of like the days and the food is so much less than a regular con. I did a cabin trip with the scouts, never with furries. Hi, Warby. Warby, thank you for casting your spell upon me that broke the spell of the bed. I appreciate that. Did a cabin trip with scouts. Yeah, see, Hurry's the main cabin furry I know. You did Camp Feral, but it's not just one-on-one cabin at Hobie's. Yeah. You've done 2. A few with your non-fur board game friends, and they're great. Robbie, excited and activated at board games. Oh, you guys do a cabin trip last year. Mhm. It was probably on the bed that got scooped up when the lights were out. Yeah. They're getting more pricey each year. Yeah. It turns out when things are good, capitalism strikes and makes them less good. Once you get like 30 of your closest friends, it's like 50 people for $50 a person. Yeah. Cause like my husband's group is smaller. I think it's only like 20. You need to look into a cabin trip to Brazil would work. Original plan was to attend Brazilian FurCon a year. So close to AC. Thinking of doing something else. We gather all of our Brazilian friends. That's really cute. Even cabin trips to the Scouts, you don't really count those. Yeah. Here live from WolvieCon, saying hello from their living room. Hi. When I already told Papa when they stopped by, but that clip is so fucking funny. So you've been thinking about organizing a cabin trip? Mm-hmm. Partially motivated by doing around when I have a show, could drag people into seeing it. That's a very fun idea. I'm gonna sip my tea. I don't think it's too hot. Mm. Let's see. I talked about all that. So, um, I got to have lunch. It was Condados. It was what? It was Rago, Sam, me, Lan, Kodai. We were floating on a plus one, and then Kieran ended up joining us. I got to talk to Sam a whole bunch during like this con. I was actually so freaking tired during this Condados time. Like after walking in like 95 plus degree heat for probably like a mile, and then immediately go doing reg. And I guess I did get a small amount of bedtime, but not enough rest time. I don't know if you feel this way, chat, but sometimes I feel I just need food. I just need to be a fueled boy. And it turns out that food is a magical substance. And if you don't have enough of it, you get very tired. That was me. I had like probably a very small breakfast. I think there was a bagel sandwich day. And then many hours passed with a lot of walking and a lot of heat. I just needed to devour some fucking tacos. So I did. And as soon as I had the pineapple guacamole salsa, and then, oh yeah, right here. As soon as I had the pineapple guacamole salsa, and then also these 2 tacos, I felt so incredible about myself. Um, so Sam is a very funny, good dog. So there's a party. It was the puppy pizza party that happened later that night. They said, Kelif, I got into a fugue state. I started baking and I couldn't stop myself. And then before I knew it, I had hundreds of doggy cookies. So that was very funny. So Sam, as far as I know, is a classically trained musician, or at the very least, does play a classical instrument with the piano and just really likes a lot of classical music. And people have like these fantasies about like living in a furry commune, going on furry cabin trips, like all these really delightful, soft things. I love Sam's fantasy where they were like, I kind of just want to like live in a house with a bunch of furry musicians, and then we all like get to play like a part together. There'd be like a cello person, there'd be like me and the piano, and then they listed a couple other instruments, but I'm forgetting which ones. And they're like, after we like express ourselves in music, we'll feel so beautiful about ourselves, and then we'll fuck. So that's like an amazing fantasy that's going to stick into my head forever. Let's play musical instruments together, feel great about ourselves, and then just fuck. You need food and also more sleep than what we got normally. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's hard because like I'm a light sleeper in general, parentheses negative, and I want to stay up to like be around all of my friends, but then I know if I stay up, I won't be able to sleep in and my body will naturally wake up anywhere between 6 to 8 a.m. even at a con. Condados is on your stop decks here. Yeah, Condados is really good. If I had to put them in a fight against each other, I prefer Condados over Bakersfield, but I like the vibes of Bakersfield a lot, and I like their alcohol a lot. Peebit Bubber Cookie. You hooked me at music, you had me at fuck. I I thought it was funny because like I I know a lot of people on a surface level, even if I don't know everybody on, like, an intimate level. I'm gonna snooze this ad. So, I'm very good at, like, remembering at least 1 to 5 facts about every single person that, like, I talk to. That's kind of like a goal of mine. And there's this one person that I met in VR chat who I knew was going to be at this con. Their name is Vix. And one of the few things I remembered about Vix is like they're very into the cello. So I told Sam, I'm like, I know somebody who's a cello player who is here at the con. And that was one of the instruments that they said, like, let's play together and let's fuck. And I said, if I see them, I'll point them out to you. When I met Vix, it was, like, actually the next day that I think, or later in that day, whatever. When I met Vix in person, I'm like, "Lamau, I just told somebody about you at lunch." And then I pointed at Sam and I said, "This is the cello player." And then, like, they just immediately started talking about classical instruments and music. I sadly must sleep. You have to train yourself to get to sleep earlier, and I get only 4 hours of sleep in a work night. Yeah. And like tomorrow's Friday. So you got this. Rest up, and you'll have a great day tomorrow. And you get much sleep at the con because the window shades didn't go down all the way. I, in these past couple years, Chimerical, have been sleeping with a sleep mask, and that's like totally changed the game for me. Like the outside world visually no longer interfaces with my like sleeping territory. But I also know people who like can't handle sleep masks because like they don't like the texture on their face and they haven't found one that works for them. Condados is far better if you're looking to eat. Yeah, oh my god, you get so much food. Bakersfield Marg was so good. Mine was really good too. You ended up using pillows in your tail to cover where the light shone through. That's cute. You'd get sloppy on a cello player. They deserve it. Oh, you roomed with Vix. Very lovely Flumsky. I knew you knew Davy just because I saw you being puppies near each other, but I guess it just makes sense that you would also know Vix at that point. I got to hang out with Davy a little bit at the con. They're very sweet. Not too long ago, you saw Apocalyptica in concert. It made you feel things. I have two concerts that I'm going to later in the year. One is Hail the Sun slash A Lot Like Birds, and then the other one is Black Country New Road. I'm very jazzed about both of those. I've never seen A Lot Like Birds or Black Country New Road, and I'm sure those will be great shows. Moonfang, Hi Volante. One thing that's interesting is that I'm trying to think about how to phrase it. Everybody has like hyper specific weirdo anxieties that haunt them and the trauma of their past materializes in separate ways. So for me, one of those things that I felt incredibly self conscious about for a long time in my life is the concept of being known for a long time. And I'll explain. I grew up in a military family, which meant that I moved every 2 to 4 years, which means I never had roots anywhere. So it is not an exaggeration to say that I didn't have friends that were around me for longer than a year until I guess longer than 3 years until I was like 20. 20 was the first time I ever had people like around me for even a small amount of time. And then I moved after that. So this created a strange relationship for me where I have not had lifelong friends. I have not had friends for longer than I don't know, what, 10 years? Like that's the age of my oldest friend, just given how I've lived it. And therefore I I'm still adjusting to the concept of being known for a long time, like within this space. Like I've been streaming for what, 5 something years now. I'll put an H into chat so that way we can see how long it's been. Yeah, 72 months. So it's actually wow, it's like 6 years. That's crazy. Um so I'm finally getting to the space where I have been known for a good number of years by a lot of people. And I had gotten used to being an ephemeral experience in somebody's life where I would appear for a small amount of time and then I would disappear just given the nature of my existence. And I think it finally started to hit me at the con that I am actually known and those relationships are not going to dissipate. And I will just be appreciated for who I am for a long time, and that just feels strange to me. I've not really fully internalized this concept yet. Moving a lot is something that Kelif Koyoliolio and Dusky. Yeah, Dusky I think did move a lot around. Volante, I hope you're well. Hurry, who also just moved. I mean, having that upbringing definitely pushed me to be like an internet creature. So it made it easier to form connections that wouldn't break just with a physical distance. I think about you pretty regularly. You're immortalized, at least in my mind. How much, Ray, do you think about that time of us cuddling on the floor of ASC at the pool toy party? Because that was fun. um, oh yeah. So Warby, I think I told you about it. The 100+ cookies were all cookies like this. That was my photo. This is what they packed onto the con: the bark, the woof, the rough, and the arf, and also dog TF cookies. But I'll talk about that later. So I'll wait for this ad to finish because this is actually like a big thing that I want to talk about. So I'll wait until after that. I'm gonna sip my tea right now. Stop stating your soul. We're allowed to have overlapping anxieties, Tifer. I feel like that's like it's literally what the furry fandom was made for. Is like, oh my god, you're traumatized? Whoa, me too. Oh my god, our traumas are like touching. We are fucked up in similar ways. Let's go hang out. Oh, you're back with chicken flavored rice and dino nuggies. I've not had nuggies in any shape or form in like years. You saw mention of a cello player. Their name is Vix, Vix. They're a very cute, pretty fox. I got to see them at the con. Oh, I don't have a picture of it, but Vix also like purchased a partial on the spot at the con, and I got to see them sitting on it. Trauma. I love Trauma. Um, who I'm forgetting the name of the streamer. They're a very good, cool, fun artist, but the one of their like conversational like refrains is just like, "Thanks, it's the trauma." There was actually a furry orchestra mythic at the con, and I knew 4 people in attendance there. Mythic, Vix being one of them. So it was actually very cute. Caleb was there, like filming the whole thing. I went upstairs because the way that it was situated, it was like blocking one of the bathroom spots, but there was an escalator and then a bathroom right there. So I went to the bathroom while the orchestra was playing, and without exaggeration, it was the most epic piss I've ever had in my life because there was a live orchestra, as far as I know, playing battle music for my pissing. Look at the video. Thank you, Lan. Oh, Fierce Fox, who's also a celloist. If you get a chance to see them, you should see the Trio Menagerie. Very talented string trio. I don't know them, but that's cool. Anyway, the ad's over, so I can continue. So, as Umbellis talked about earlier, the big VR furry meetup of like this particular friend group slash the ephemera of it all last year was about 55 people. This year was probably over like 70 people. There were so many folks there. I got to talk to Zord, and I talked to Zord on like the street corner the other day, but I got to see them again here, and they showed me, holy fuck, an incredible like painting that they got with Bug, or they did with Bug, I should phrase. So there's this one artist who makes stuff like this where it's like a little wooden puzzle piece, and the idea is that you take one, you give it to somebody else. This is actually a set of 3. So me, Rago, and another person, we have 3 basically exactly the same shaped wolves, and we can put it together basically once a year. This was a gift last year to me, and the first thing I did when I saw Rago is I'm like, let's put our puzzle piece together. They sell these in, how do you say, blank versions? Like you can see there's like the critter on here, and they're very, very cute. But they sell them in a blank way, meaning that you can paint them. So there's a dragon version of these that this artist sells, and the space in between the dragon forms like a beautiful star. And Zord was telling me a story. Like, Kelif, last year, me and Bug, we purchased these two dragons. And last year, for context, Zord, Brazilian, flew into where Jovi's from. They did a road trip over to Anthrocon. And then Zord went to go stay with Val and Bug in their place for like a number of weeks. So during that time, they painted their dragons together and it was like so gorgeous. Zord got to show me the two of them together, and it's like an emotional connection of theirs. Of they have their puzzle pieces, but the puzzle pieces are now like painted like their own dragons. It's so pretty. It was a really really moving thing that I got to see. Hi, Doc. Hi, Faye. Faye, I hope you are recovering physically after the con very well. Doc, hello. Hi. Doc, I need you to help me. I need you to bully me to go to the harvest meet on Saturday so I can say hi to you instead of doing what I always do, which is not go to there. I told myself, oh, I can like bounce between the two meets that I do, and then I go to my other one and I get beautifully distracted for like 5 fucking hours, and then I don't go. So bully me to go to there. Me dying without Kelv smooching my butt? I mean, clearly I have to go save you by smooching your butt. Got to squeeze you, true. You were there when Zord gave one to Coffee? I didn't even hear that that happened, but that's so fucking cute. The harvest meet? Yeah, so VR chat on Saturdays, Pell, in the evening. I think it's around 8 p.m. Central Time. They call it the Mana Forge meet, and it's like Harvest and Cinder and Bomberdactyl and Doc Nurse and just a whole bunch of cool critters. Rumble Drake, I see there a lot as well. I'll drag you to the harvest meet so I can go the first time. Thank you. If you promise to attend, you'll show me a piece I'm working on for a friend's birthday. Salute. I I will make sure to go there. You wonder if it's a kitty one? Off the top of my head, I don't know, because I walked by their booth at the con. If anybody knows the artist name, feel free to share. Because I don't think it's on the back of my wooden friend. It's not. But all these are like incredibly cute. Like I did a little gasp as I walked around. I mean, theoretically, I could have gotten one for like me and Lan to put together, which would have been adorable, but I did not do that. That's true. Yeah, Kiba likes to go there too. Bully Kelev, fingers point together. I'm not a fingers point together kind of guy or like a key smash type of guy. I think I've given one key smash in like the past couple years. You slid into my DMs. I have to do this so my DMs don't pop up on stream. I accidentally opened a different application. Whoa, you better show up. I will. It's so pretty. Also, you're so pretty. Also, got him. Okay, anyway. Now that my social media is not on screen anymore. Whoa, Ray, thank you for gifting a sub over to Dog. I appreciate that. You don't smash, but you do fingies for fun. I think it is fun. Like, it's nice to show the other person that you are receptive to their tactics. One key smash. Using the same password everywhere is insecure. Oh. Fingies is fun. It is silly. It is fun. So context, because I probably told this an hour ago. When I first saw Zord at the con, and they were just like at the edge of the street. I'm trying to find where it is. Yeah. So I asked Zord if I should wait. Should I wait to give these hand painted acrylic paintings to these 4 people that I want to give, or should I do it in that moment? And they told me I should wait. So when I was hugging Zord, right after they showed me their beautiful like painting adventure with Bug, I thought this is the perfect moment. I want to ask them, is it okay to give these out? And they said yes. So this order's all messed up, but I'll give context. So for Wolvie's birthday, I painted on a 5x7 piece of birchwood, which is true for all of these, this painting of their persona. And it was like my first time like sitting down to paint somebody's persona that wasn't my own in like their actual natural color palette. and it was fun, and I learned a whole lot. And as the artist, I can look at this and think, there's cool things that I did here, but there's other things that I could have done better. Classic artist anxiety. So Cell, this is actually based off a Break World photo. And Break World photos are great because they have like wild shaders. They just have like interesting patterns, different colors than you would normally see in a critter. So I painted this. And I didn't paint this originally with the idea of giving it to them. I just wanted to paint them. So I thought they're going to be an Anthrocon. I'm just going to find them and I'm going to give it to them, which I did. But there's two that I have not shown anybody except for physical people at the con. So, these two people had birthdays like a week or two before the con, and I thought I want to do a painting for each of them. I want to sit down, I want to sketch them, I want to draw them, I want to gift them a painting because I really like these people. So I painted Jovi, the eepiest, sleepiest pupper, and I enjoyed a lot of things about this process where I did like a very rosy red kind of like underpainting. It was like this, but a little bit brighter, and that warmth kind of bleeds through on the painting. Where I wanted to have their head on a pillow. I wanted to have a little bit of blanket coming up out of the frame. I wanted to have their pupper collar right here. I actually purchased a couple of paints just for them. Yeah, like right here. This color, Titan buff, I saw that and I thought, this is so perfect. Like, Jovi's character needs like that kind of color. It was so nice. I was so jazzed when I saw that in the art store. So I got to deliver this to Jovi, and it was very funny to me because Jovi was in earshot when I was talking to Zord on the previous day, where I was hugging them and asking, "Can I give?" I was literally thinking about Jovi. And I was talking to them and they're like, "Wait, I was the guy that you wanted to give to?" And I said, "Yeah, Lamau." So it was funny because like when other people saw this painting, they're like, "Oh, you did like a little bit of like drool right here, right next to them. That's very funny." I actually intended to draw it as like a puff of air coming out, and then somebody else interpreted it as like a dog bone just like sticking out of their mouth. So all three, I think, are very funny like interpretations of that. So the last painting that I did was like fucking impossible to take like a perfect photo of. Like this does not match exactly to what the colors are, but I don't have the physical one because I gave it. I really wanted to paint another Moonfang, and Bug's Moonfang Eclipse is like such a gorgeous character design. So I thought, I want to paint Eclipse. I want to go buy some like gold paint, which I did. I bought gold paint specifically for this, wherever it is. I don't know where it is. Yeah, I can't find it. It's somewhere in my painting drawer. So I wanted to go buy like a beautiful like golden paint that would shimmer. And like if you hold this in your hands and move it side to side, every one of the bits of gold from the glasses over to here to the ears just like tilts with the light really nicely. So I had a lot of fun with this. This was a very interesting art challenge because if you look at the 2D refs of Eclipse, like everything in the hand is like pure black, pure black, pure black. And then everything over here is like a very, very saturated purple. So it was an art puzzle of like, how can I showcase depth with this character without like dipping into pure black or like without relying purely on saturation. Something that you can appreciate in like the picture that I took. I also got an iridescent color, which is essentially like paint glitter. So I mixed all of my dark colors with like this paint glitter. And if IRL you tilt it, you can see like almost specks of stars in like this color right here based on when it catches the light. And because they're like a space themed like critter, I thought that was really cool. But yes, I gave this to Bug, so I don't know this anymore, so I can't show it to you. But those were the 4 paintings that I gave out at the meet. Alright, scrolls up. I love this song. You gonna hang with the IRL someday and we can paint together? So at the con, I was talking to Robbie Doc, and they were like, Kelif, what if we did like a traditional art stream together where they would do watercolor and I would do acrylic? And like, I mean, I haven't shown this off in a while. Well, actually, I guess I never shown this off because I haven't done it for any of these. I need to make sure I go find the right spot on my drive. Okay, so I have been taking videos of every single one of my processes. So I think it's on the wrong freaking screen. But I can just show you like how I approach some of these. Sorry. Yeah, scroll that down. I think this is only a 15-minute video. Oh yeah, that was my sketch. That was the sketch that I did digitally and then printed out and then put onto the block of wood. So yeah, I was tracing over it with my transfer paper. Let's see. I just want to get to the end where it shows it. Yeah, that's what it looked like before I started painting on it. So very fun. I think it's this one is that I actually wanted. Yeah. So now you can actually get to see like how I started on it. I always start with like painting with the darker colors and painting the highlights, and then I just slowly start to iterate like colors and soft layers just over the top of it. Yeah. It's a very like trust the process sort of existence with painting because at the end I'm very proud of it of course, but like there's a lot of spots in the middle of it where it just kind of feels muddy to me. And at some point I just changed angles completely and it was a lot harder for the camera to pick it up. But like I learned a whole bunch of this. I also sat in my room for like 5 freaking hours. I actually did take good breaks. Shout out to Lan. I took breaks like every 90 minutes or so to like just go stand up and move. But yeah, you can see me using like a tiny ass brush, getting paint all over my hands. It's actually so fun. I really like the messiness of painting. I really like the soft, intentional just things you do. Yeah. Ooh, even before I put the glasses on, I was like very proud of it. Um, it's a whole lot of work. Yeah, thank you for the great work in progress photo past me before I put any of the gold on. But yeah, I have the same like style of videos for Jovi stuff too. It almost made me cry when Jovi showed it to me. I'm so happy with it. Oh, and I gave everybody, I don't think I have one in my room right now. I gave everybody like a tiny easel to put their paintings on too if they wanted. Bon Jovi. Pearlescent. It was called Pearlescent. Thank you. They these were just insane to see in B Sky posts. Thank you. Yeah, Procreate does record your progress. Clip Studio Paint also has a good setting for that. Usually a big, super big file has to be sped up or cropped, but it's nice. Yeah, like seeing the flow of the art is awesome. And I love giving gifts to friends. I love how gentle and intentional you are when painting. Yeah, gotta get rid of my tons of easels somehow. I do still have probably 26 of them that are unused. Excuse me. I don't know which one is Jovi's. Yeah, perfect. Good click. So I don't know if I show. Yeah, there was my Jovi sketch that I did digitally and then printed out. Oh yeah, and there's the bug one. I think I was talking to the camera here. Not that like I've ever posted these anywhere. Oh yeah, and then I mixed all of my Jovi colors. I think this was literally 30 minutes of me just like mixing colors that I wanted to use. That's actually a very interesting part about the intentionality is just I literally have to take anywhere from 20 to 40 minutes to mix colors to understand how can I get to the final piece. Oh, I actually really like how some of the early work in progress piece looks specifically on the Jovi one. Like I wanted to have a nice kind of like warm, cool kind of balance with the yellow and the blue just on top of like the rosy pink. Yeah, even right here, gosh, this one is very fun to kind of like look back and see how it turned into the final piece. Actually, I think I actually did this one pretty quick in general. Like this is only 2.5 hours of painting. Getting that light color to actually fit well was very fucking difficult. Oh, a little twofer. I remember painting that. Yeah, I like having these little videos because they just let me like see the shape of it. Oh my god, painting each of these letters was so nerve-wracking. Yeah, right here, using my tiny ass brush and then like having a little bit of white paint on it. I was acting like a World War II sniper where every single letter I did, I would just take a deep breath and hold it before I started painting so it wouldn't move. Lamau. But yeah, I thought about like, oh, if I record those, then like I could just like send them over to the people who like I did the paintings for. I didn't record it for Wolvies. I did Cells. I have Cells video somewhere. One day I'll figure out like a perfect angle and then maybe I'll actually do like a painting stream. But like that might be a very I'm not gonna talk too much, just listen to the music and watch me sort of stream. Speaking of in-person stuff, someday you'll meet me IRL true. You know, to exchange a tarot card reading with each other. Be lovely. I've actually never seen Oracle dice in person. I actually reorganized my shelf that's behind me. Whoops. With a variety of different tarot decks. How many do I have over there? Two, four, five. Yeah, I guess I have five of each. I have five tarot decks and five Oracle decks. I usually stick with the tarot more often, but I do really like some of the Oracle decks that I have. You be okay with that sort of work with me stream? Yeah. I think I would kind of repurpose my second channel for that I haven't really used in a bit and just do like art stuff over there. I think I remember you offered me a tarot reading briefly. We had to leave to our room to go to lunch. You'd love to get one. I think they're fun to do. I mean, these every deck is different, but like decks like this, I think are really nice for giving these sorts of readings because they have like paragraphs like for every card. There are some decks like this one that I purchased at the con, Catacombs End. This one only has like what anywhere between 3 to 7 kind of keywords for each of the card, so it's more like use it as a base of inspiration, but you kind of just have to go with it. I really like the ones that turn into kind of like a story. Yeah, it's nice to talk about stuff because, like, you're only going to ask a reading if something's on your mind. Like, you're not going to say, "What should I have for lunch?" Tarot card. It's going to be a little bit deeper. It's going to, I mean, it's like the question that I did with Tifa is, "How can I express intimacy at this convention?" Like, that's perfect for me. So continuing the gift giving, so it was sometime on Wednesday that Hawk told me, "Oh yeah, I had to bring like 40 glass vials through TSA and I was worried about it." And I was wondering, I'm like, what the fuck could they be like bringing? What would 40 glass vials represent? Honestly, my brain immediately went to perfume because Hawk actually has made perfume and gifted it to people before. So I was like, did they make like 40 custom scents for people and then like hand them out? Like I was so curious. It turns out it was a very cute idea. So Hawk is from like a very like beachy area over in Brazil, and they actually made a comment after the con that was so interesting to me. They were like, "I haven't been near a large body of water in over a week, and I'm feeling like a withdrawal." Like they have just lived more of like a coastal existence their entire life, and this has been the longest they were ever away from an ocean at Anthrocon. So us being mostly landlocked, just given how freaking big the US is like very interesting. But they actually bottled like a little bit of the sand of their Brazilian beach, and there's like, I don't know, people were comparing like how many shells that they had. I think I have either 3 or 4 in here, but I have a little bit of like their Brazilian beach sand like in this nice vial, which is so freaking cute. I got like a little bit of Hawk with me now. Arf. Welcome back, Jackie. Despite being an NC, you're much more of a mountain girly. Mountains are so pretty. Ooh, gosh, I love mountains. It was such a cool gift. I love it. Arf. Sorry, we started barking and all the dogs start going. Speaking of tarot, I got to talk with Nico Noli a little bit, which like I got to connect with them a little bit during Ferality, and it was mostly just about the excitement of possibly seeing them at Anthrocon. I really liked getting to see Nico and chatting with them. They gave me a very cute sticker, which was like a very special moment, which I appreciated. They actually have, they showed me pictures of their shelf at home of like all the different tarot decks that they have. They have way more than I do. They have way more than 10. Arrgh. Party loves mountains. Honestly, so I didn't talk about it, but on the drive, my husband and I were just joking about being retired and like wanting to go visit small towns around the US to see what makes them special. And I was telling them like what we could do is just drive around the US, go visit friends, and I bring all of my painting supplies and I just go do plain air paintings of like pretty spots that we drive by. I feel like that would be like literally the perfect like way to be retired is I would just do cute little paintings. We would just go visit friends and he could like, I don't know, read a book or just, I don't know, play video games on a Steam Deck while he waits for me to finish painting. That sounds so fun. Um I guess I guess I'm entering my late 30s now. So I might start daydreaming about being retired eventually cuz that concept hasn't really entered my brain for the most part. Like, what do you mean I'm going to be able to stop working? Tarot deck, what should I have for lunch? Draws the Tower, the Death, and Judgment. Oh, so you have to get food from Pizza Tower. Siobhan is excited for your travel painting idea. Yeah, like, I don't know if you were here earlier when I was showing off my Pashad box, because like it is nice. And that was in the videos that I was showing off too. And it has that like nice little spot here for like a tripod. So I have like all the materials that I would need to like do it. I would just need to practice it. I I how do I phrase? I have not gotten back to being productive post-con. Like, and this is an internal one. This isn't like a I have to accept capitalism, go work really hard right now. This is I want to get back to doing art. This is I miss painting, and I haven't painted in like 2 weeks now, between the con and then just the recovering from the con. So this weekend, I actually have it on my calendar, not that you can see it, which is to just sit down and think about what I want to do for art for the rest of the month. Like, how do I phrase? I don't want to say I hate. I don't like that phrase. I'm sad a little bit that Art Fight is always during July. Cause like I go on a week and a half trip to Anthrocon right at the start of July. And then I recover for a little bit like the next week. So like the con's half over. Sorry, the month is half over before I could even start. But I'm trying to frame this positively. Even if I only do one painting for Art Fight of somebody that I know who's participating, which they don't know that I'm scheming, but I am scheming because I love scheming. As Felix says, gosh, I love secrets. Yeah, true. Yeah, productivity momentum. I've lost it. Also, Bomberdactyl, I showed off my Twitch chat earlier, the YouTube video that you were flying around as the griffin slash the dragon, and multiple Therians in chat were activated. An internant painter, just painting what he sees except furry. I mean, like, so what is the best way that I could interface with painting Pell in the future? That's right. Paint cute backgrounds and then just paint furries on top. I've been practicing these separately recently. I don't have any examples of environments in my room right now of painting. They're all in the other room. But like I've painted mountains and forests separately and I was just showing off all the paintings that I gave out at Anthrocon, but like just like putting these together, that's what I want to practice over the course of the year is draw an environment, throw a furry in it. Draw an environment, throw a furry in it. And like that's how you become a super cool artist. I mean, I guess I'm already a cool artist, but I want to become stronger. You're struggling with productivity as well. I feel like my brain is still just so obsessed with love right now, and it's like purely happy that I haven't been producing and I've just been existing and appreciating. That will wane a little bit. I mean, my love will always be there for all these people that I care about, but I'm excited to get back to being productive. I mean, you're not wrong. I literally just had my own art fight and painted 4 of my friends. Thrift some generic paintings. That's true. I actually did dream about that Bomberdactyl in the past of like, I don't know, just going to like a random mall and finding an old ass painting that nobody cares about and just painting on top of it. I think that could be really fun. The Cell and Jovi ones. Yeah, I don't think Cell had any idea that I was going to gift them the painting that I did, but I did really like this one. I really liked having it at my house, but I like the idea of giving it to them better. We have art fight at home. I don't know if that's disrespectful or not, but it's not a new idea. I mean, is would it be disrespectful? I don't know why. Cause like they by having it like in the thrift store, like I think it's a creative expression, a creative continuance of like you inspired me to do more and also you'll never see it, so don't worry about it. Goodwill was choice for the paintings. That's true. I've never been to a Casey Goodwill, but I'm sure I could find one. Let's see. Oh, so Ritter and Galen are 2 people that like I've only very recently got to know on Twitch.television. And like I think the order of the events was around 3 or 4 weeks ago. I saw them in a VR chat world, probably talking to one of the Koyas, and I just took a note of, "Dut, dut, okay, I know that you're there and you have a white name. That's crazy because I know pretty much everybody." So, I saw them and I was like, okay, I'll talk to them eventually. They stopped by my streams. We had a couple of cool conversations. Then on the way to the con, I got a text from Ritter who's like, blah, 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 would love to see you at the con. And what else am I going to do while my husband drives 10 hours and I'm just sitting there as the passenger princess? I'm just going to chat with people. So I ended up having like a little bit of correspondence back and forth. And it turns out we had some mutual friends like Ninakiri. So I was like, yeah, I'd like to say hi to them. They ended up like while I was talking to Nico Noli, I saw in the distance Ritter their badge, so I walked on over and said hi. Um, Creative people are so adorable because it's true for me. If I get to know a new furry and they don't know that I'm a Twitch streamer, I very rarely talk about being a Twitch streamer because it feels like I'm advertising and saying, "Oh, don't you want to stop by?" No. I very rarely like talk about my paintings unless like I already know the person. Like talking about your creativity within a space as you're getting to know somebody, I feel like is hard for me. I need to know somebody first before I talk about that stuff, I suppose. And Ritter, I already knew was like an author, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I may be coming published, and Galen may already be published, and they're in an anthology that's over in the dealer's den, and maybe you could find it." I should learn to speak more with my chest to people that I don't know as well or that I'm getting to know when it comes to creative things because it's just fun. Um, I am. Oh fuck! I didn't even talk about it at all. I told myself I'd put it on there, but I didn't. Um, I won't turn this into a 30-minute talk, even though I could easily do that. I came up with 11 new abstract goals for this quarter of the year, which I've been doing for a couple years now. And I have 11 goals right here for the type of person that I want to be. One goal right here. I submit to eagerness. And I wrote that for a number of reasons. I care a lot about like letting somebody else take the floor and just listening to all of their passions. I care about allowing my eagerness to drive me, my want to paint, my want to socialize, my want to stream, my want to I feel like this is all different forms of eagerness that I want to immediately just submit to. Don't question it, just submit. Anyway, Monsieur Kelly, Bristle. Hi, Bristle. Hi, Marks. Bark, bark. The purple ears. Yeah, I thought it was funny. We just got a little bit of the Felix purple right here. Good night, Deckies. Yeah, Ritter and Galen were there. I actually saw them twice. Oh, do you know them too, Marin? Two of your gay boys. You had someone raid into your stream once that you knew for months. They had no idea. So, Knuckles, I got to know somebody new on either Tuesday or Wednesday. I never talked to them before, and we became friends on Discord. And I didn't mention a thing about being a Twitch streamer, but of course it's in my bio. And they're like, "Oh yeah, I saw that you stream on Twitch." And my brain was like, awkward." But it was actually a good conversation point because they wanted to understand how to make like a VTuber, and I'm like, I'm very good for that conversation because I've made VTubers out of 7 different models at this point. I've done some for other people. I've done a lot for me. So I'm full of knowledge. So maybe they've been lurking during this stream. I have no idea. Those two are some of your closest friends. I have no idea. I mean the only context I had, Marin, is that I saw them at the Saturday group and they knew the Koyos. And that was all that I knew. You and the Foxes are very knowledgeable on that. I mean, I would argue the Foxes is more powerful than me, but we shouldn't argue. We should just sloppily make out and share knowledge. The Caliph is full of knowledge. I try. Felix be like a bumper lurk. Oh wait, we can do this. Like, oh wait, wrong one. This one? Wrong one. This one? Yeah, there we go. Burp, 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 burp. Yeah, 2 cakes, literally. Um, so Ritter and Galen were talking about Malort appreciation. I didn't try it, but I know Dusky brought a barrel-aged Malort to the con, which is very funny to me. I didn't end up going to it because I was at a different party and really enjoyed myself. But I was invited to a Malort appreciation party by Ritter. I should ask them how that went because that's very funny to me. Caliph has knowledge in him. Yeah. I get to know new boys and they just happen to be named Knowledge. Anyway, so Felix stopped by. It was my first time getting to see them at the con. They were in their nice foxy suit, and I got to see their nice little pawsies. Felix is always very cute in suit. We actually just had like a couple of chats back and forth during that. Very nice hugs. Felix very good at giving hugs. Motos the nerd. They did the thing that they did last year. I heard them in a Discord call be like, I literally don't know how to top my idea from last year. I actually have both of them right here, so I'll talk about it. So last year, Monos did this. I guess it's backwards. Monos did this. They made bracelets for what, like 40 or 50 people. So you can see AC 25. What they did is they found a bunch of ref sheets for people. They got beads for all of those colors, and then they put the names and the con for everybody. Some of them did explode for people, but most people I know still have theirs from last year. There was a continuance. So now I have my Caliph Anthrocon 26. They upped the production value a little bit on these bracelets. So there's some transparent beads in there. There's like different sort of colored text. So very, very pretty. Very happy with this. It's gonna exist on my corkboard over there. Because I don't want it to explode and get destroyed because I'm always paranoid about wearing memorabilia. Me, the guy who leaves his wedding ring over to the side and literally never wears it because he's paranoid about getting it fucked up. It's okay, my husband doesn't wear his either. But I think it's just such a beautiful memorabilia. Like, who doesn't want something to take home from the con? Chat, this is real. Are you ready? I've had an inconspicuous black satin bag to the side. Do you want to see how many fucking stickers that I got? This is just this con. Just this con, I got all of these stickers. I don't know how many this is. Oh, that's right. I forgot I put that in here. Zord ended up taking a photo of us on a camera. I don't know why it got distorted. I think it was maybe their dragon energy coming on into the frame. But yes, I don't know what I'm going to do with all of these, but there's a whole bunch. Last year, I went to Anthrocon, and then I just completely destroyed I completely bombarded my old journal with like all of my stickers right here. And maybe I need to do that with a new journal in the future. I still have like a couple hundred pages. Okay, 146 is what I'm on, and it goes to 200. Okay, so I still have like 50. I'm only like 3/4 through of that particular one. But yes, I need to figure out something to do with all of these. It is nice to have some memorabilia of meeting people for the first time, like to see her, seeing people again, like BT right here. Getting to know friends that I've known for a while. Hi, Deckies. Being able to bark with some puppies. Bark, bark. There's a couple of just like really interesting people in here too that like I stare at and I think to myself like I wish I got more time with. Like a Starkey. Starkey is such a cool person. PJ's so cute. Some people are even in chat like right now. Hi Faye. um it's nice. It makes me happy to know that like I have like a little bit of ephemera with everybody. All right, it's gonna go back in the bag, and I can resolve it later about what I do with all of these. What I need to do is just like, you know, at cons how they have like the sticker object, like the car we were showing off earlier with Torrent. I need to buy something that could just be my like sticker object because I have so many. I do have a shrimp. I did. So, Faywin's coin. I have last year's too. I can bring that on over. Ugh. I shouldn't bring one of the things there. Ugh. Yeah. So, it rolled out. But yes, I have my AC 2025 coin and my AC 2026. I also keep my my 3D printed Merle coin on top of that too. I was given another challenge coin by somebody, but that actually has PII on it, so I have to leave it over on the shelf. Hi, Sam. Sam, I haven't even gotten because it's my stream and I talk very slowly. Oh my god, it's right next. Oh my gosh, we're almost at the puppy pizza party, which was such a great time. I told Chad about it. I loved where was it? No, it was the other place. Anyway, learning that your name, yeah, here it is. Learning that Enu was actually like an equation name was so fascinating. You got so many freaking friend stickers this con. I know. Let's see. Why not put your wedding ring on the collar? That would actually be very funny, I'll admit. Whoa. So he give you a candy bracelet? Yeah, so I don't remember where that is in my room right now. Like I said, my room's kind of a mess. But yes, you did give me a candy bracelet and we had the whole what was it? It was peace, love, and then transfer on over. That pile of stickers would fill up your sticker book easy. I don't even own a sticker book. I guess I could just use my journal for that. 58 of 63. Wolfie gave you your code. That's true. Yeah, Lan got a throwback, the 2025. Don't worry, husband. I knew that I would not finish my recap. I mean, I don't think I'll hit 3 days like Wolvie was saying, but I'll definitely hit at least 2 days. I'll finish this up on Sunday. Oh, that's right. It's peace, love, unity. Thank you. Corebook sells really cute sticker books if you're curious. You make them up for the table at AC last year. I'm just such like a journal slut. When I see like empty pages, I just want to put my feelings on them. But I guess stickers for my friends are good feelings. Oh, shout out to both Hawk and then Tifer who stole their idea, but they advertised that they stole their idea, so it's okay. So what they did is each of them had like a small book, and the idea was they walk on up to a friend and they say, put a sticker in here and then write something. So it was almost like a yearbook. You have a lot of stickers. You never know to put them on stuff. You're afraid of them getting worn out. I've actually been very impressed at the resilience of stickers. Like, this is my everyday water bottle. Like, it's true, some of them, this is a pen place. My Osaka stationery is like getting a little scuffed. This one I got at a furry con, entirely untouched. This one from Outer Wilds, one of the prongs, I guess, like, fell off, but, like, these have been on here for, like, 2 years, and they're doing really well. This one's slightly less well, but it's also been 2 years. This is my, work-friendly water bottle, so there's not a lot of furry stuff on it. Mm. What do you mean Kel's definitely gonna finish his recap tonight? Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna breeze through the last couple days over here. You're already on Sunday? I'm not through Thursday. Having a customer-facing job makes talking slowly tricky. Yeah. As I mentioned, talking to many folks at once does. It's so hard to talk slow. It's true. Dr. Porn Name says mammalia need to express their feelings. Uh-huh. It's an amazing idea. Yeah. Does this imply you have a not safe for work friendly water bottle? I mean, I have a furry water bottle in the other room that I did not end up bringing to the con. You get a rubber stamp made like the ones you see in Japan at the train stations. That is true. I actually have a couple of rubber stamps on the other side of the room that my husband has gotten me. I think imported from Japan because they're both very cutesy. And I do like them. Whenever I've sent letters, which I haven't done in a while, I guess, I do a little stamp on them too. Hi, Big O. I lurked during your stream yesterday. I didn't say anything. I should break this pattern at some point. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the welcome back. This is very relatable for you. Yeah. 4 hours? I can't imagine finishing a recap in 4 hours, Lamau. Anyway, what was I talking about? Um, so I knew I was hanging out with Ritter and Galen around this area, and with the Emming, I thought they were talking about a bunch of furry authors. And Nena Kiri is somebody who I have hung out with in the past at Anthrocons, and they're like a fun, silly person. They've stopped by my stream in the past. So I was like, oh, I just da da da, and I mentioned them. And it turns out like all furry authors know each other, or at the very least, a small subset do. So at some point, there was the everybody get against the wall. We're going to take a big group photo. And we ended up taking that. And while I was in the pile, I see in the distance, oh, frick, like this is a person who I haven't seen in years, who I didn't even know was going to be here. So as soon as we were done with the photo, I walked on up and I said hi to Nedikiri and hi again to Ritter and Galen and chat a little bit. That's one of my favorite things about furry cons is not knowing who is there and being incredibly and beautifully surprised when you do, because it's hard, and I struggled with this on a different day that I'll have to talk about on Sunday because I'm definitely not getting there today. It's hard not to get lost in the doldrums of I really want to see this person and I'm going to keep texting them to find out where they are so we can figure something out. But during the process of trying to find the people who aren't there, you're not really appreciating the people who are there. And it's a really hard balance at cons because if I only focus on what's in front of me, then I don't actually allow other opportunities to form. I don't plant seeds for other things to grow. So, blah, blah. There's no like right way to do cons. There's just ways that work for you in the moment. So trying to find like a balance there, I suppose. Shout out to Val for being very funny. Uh, Quick story. Val, I made, God, it was like late last year. I made a mixtape for. I put together 13 songs for them. Oh, I actually think I have a playlist. It's probably under Lupin Sheep though still. Yeah, Lupin mixtape. So I spent like probably over a month thinking about like all the different songs that I would want to put into a playlist for them. And I bought this thing that looked like a mixtape but was actually a USB drive, and I got it engraved with a phrase called the traveling mixtape. And I put these 13 songs in it with a folder and then a markdown file with like, I don't know, like 700 words about my thoughts about all of these songs. Axiom, hi. I'm telling my con recap stuff, so all my alerts are off. Thanks for rating. I hope Pokemon was fun. So I made this playlist for them and I sent it to them last year as a physical package. They walked on up to me at the con and they said, "Kelif, I really wanted to give you a playlist on a mixtape or a USB drive so bad that I went to Target, they didn't have one. I stole a flash drive from work because I thought they don't need it. They're not going to notice. And then it turned out it was actually a backup drive and they really had to give it back. So they're like, "Caliph, I committed theft for you to try and get you a mixtape for the con, but I guess I'll just have to send one to you later." I mean, they have my address because I already sent them stuff. But that's so funny to me that Val was so committed to doing this, they were literally willing to steal from their job. Anyway, Axiom, hi. Colon 3, Nova Snake, hello. Durg got, what did the Durg get? Was it a legendary? Oh, you got your first dragon type. Gosh, we love dragon types. This is such a cute emo. It is a pog. Gosh, we love pogging. That's a neat thing for you to do. I'm a big fan of like putting together playlists for people that I care about and also just keeping track of music from friends that I like the person I did the painting for, Jovi. I just have a bunch of Jovi songs right here that I think like they just make me think of them. I don't think I mentioned on this stream when I did my Wolves painting, I only listened to music in my Wolves playlist because I know what songs that they like. Aaron, hi. Re-stickers on a bottle. A Mod Podge seal and some resin cooking over the top will make it near impervious. That's interesting. I never thought about that. Mono, shut up. Putting together plays for someone is really sweet. It's fun. So there's this person who was at the con and I got to meet where yeah, right here. So Keto Martin gave me this playlist after I asked them, "Hey, I know you like to use music to get to know people better. How can I use your music to get to know you better?" And they gave me this one, which is like I think 70, maybe 50 songs, something like that. And I gave them my Kelif 2025. Yeah, here it is. My 2025 Kelif playlist. And we both sent like 3 bullet points to the other person of now that I've heard your music, this is how I think about you. These are the assumptions I have about you as a person now that I know your style of music. Oh, I know Leife is so good. Ba, ba, ba. I love this song. Oh, you have a Mario playlist going for Kitsu. That's cute. The Mod Podge is important since the resin alone will wreck the sticker. I'm like unfamiliar with Mod Podge, but I've just heard that it's powerful. I'm gonna tell one more story, which will finish off this day, which is actually a great time. So, context. Before the con started, I got invited to a puppy pizza party. And I saw this on my phone. I saw the notification and I didn't even mark it as read. I didn't like open it fully. I thought, I'm not really that puppy. Like, I don't own a puphood. I don't like crawl on all fours and bark. I don't like go to a bunch of kink parties. I was coming up with theories about what this party would be like in my mind. And like I had to even join the group chat. I just like read like a synopsis by my friend. And I responded eventually. I was like, I is this really for me? Do you see me like as a puppy? Like I know I've worn a dog avatar in VR chat, and I guess I was just questioning like the social contract of all of this. And they gave me a list of people who were going to be there, and I thought, fuck, like this is too cool. There's too many interesting people to not want to go to the puppy pizza party despite not yeah, see, Sam, the person who put on the party, Enu in chat, Caliph Popper, Popper. I know. I literally have a puppy model, and I actually have worn it a whole lot on both stream and VR chat. But I was still like, "Rrr, rrr, rrr." I was still ho hum about it. I'm glad that I went. It ended up being one of my favorite parties at the con. Shout out to Fumble for being incredibly good at giving pets. Okay, so here's the conceit of the party. Sorry, I got distracted. The idea is there's a bunch of people at the party, one person center of the room. They are the main dog. This is the main character. You're going to pet this puppy, you're gonna give them scritches, you're gonna give them a lot of compliments, give them good ruffles, and anything they do, you're gonna compliment them. That person gets up, next person goes on the floor, it starts all over. There's also beds, of course. It's a hotel room. People are going to cuddle over there, congregate. There's some alcohol there. I had a bit of sips. There were so many delightful cookies. This is my favorite one, the ruff. But you got your barks, your woofs, your ruffs, your arfs. Shout out to Fumbles, cute shirt for the party, adorable. There was also Good Boy vodka. How could you not take a sip? The puppy pizza party was planned very last minute. It was great. That was like the exact energy I like at cons. So you like the idea of mixtape for friends? Yeah, yeah. You see the cassette like MP3 players? That's what I got. These AC stories are so cute. You want to go to a con so bad. I am. I know I was in your chat the other day and we were just like talking about like the ideas of cons. Ooh, cons fill me with such like good energy. When I was younger and I lived in Northern Virginia and I went to a Pride event in DC, I honestly felt disconnected. I thought these are people who should be the same as me, but I don't feel like I fit in. They are living very loudly, very proudly, very excitedly, but being in their space makes me feel like I don't belong, even though theoretically this is where I should be. And part of that was like I was just not in a good spot when I was 19. Like nobody's in a good fucking spot when they're 19. But I don't know, I didn't feel jazzed about it. Going to my first furry con in 2017, I went to MFF. I felt like this is my space. These are my people. This is an expression of queerness that like I want. Like a bunch of people just being their weird internet selves in public is like beautiful. It makes me very happy. Bark. Was that at a PNC Park where the Pittsburgh Pirates play? Are we just doing the alliteration? I feel like I did okay. It's so hard to be in college while also wanting to do a con. That's why I like ended up stopping MFF in my life, just because it's like right around finals time every year. You're feeling so touch starved now that the con's over and you're home on your own. This is why cons are also important. Is like I literally everybody I know is at least a little bit touch starved. So it's like at a con, I want to hug people as much as I can. I want to pet people as much as I can. Like there was somebody at the coffee party that I went to later, and it was like we're friends, but I had never pet them before. So I was just like, "Is it okay if I pet you?" And they said yes, and then there we go. You're out of uni for a few years. Oh, you weren't a furry until recently. That's interesting. I knew VR chat was very new for you because you talked about getting it at Ferality, but I didn't know furry as a whole was new for you. Akashic, hi. Yeah, connection's really important. Like, so I didn't talk about this. I'll tell this story too. So last Anthrocon, this is not an exaggeration. I brought a tally counter, and the idea was I'm going to kiss people and or make out with them, and I'm going to increment this, and the physicality is going to be so fun. I'm gonna get so many kisses. We're just gonna go for it. And I ended that at like 442 kisses for Anthrocon 2025. Pretty good. I feel like I did very nice and no, I didn't get sick. It all worked out. And this con, I was very, I don't know, hesitant about doing the same thing again as last year. I guess I was in my own head about the idea of, oh, well, I do want to like still kiss boys and definitely make out with boys, but like I don't want to just like treat them like a number. What if I just count like moments with people? What if I just count memories with people? What if I do this? What if I do that? I ended up like counting up that basic idea of when I felt like I had a special moment with people, but I kind of just stopped midway throughout the con. I'm like, I feel like it's almost pulling me away. I mean, maybe the counter should be there to make me be more horny with boys. Funny thing my husband said, there's a stand that I can't show you that's on the other side, and not safe for work stand that I was gifted. And when my husband came in my room and saw that, he said, "Oh, who gave that to you?" I said the name. And they're like, "I like that they encourage you to be sexy." So yeah, maybe I should just try and count horny bullshit at cons to encourage boys to touch me in ways that I desire, but I don't vocalize. I don't know. I'll figure it out. One more story. It's how it goes. Rick, hi. Seeing everyone just being their true selves is so pure and amazing. It's really true. Grope my husband with consent. Thank you, husband. I'm snoozing this ad. Hope the con was good. Was it great though? Would it only be good if I spent 4 hours almost talking about it and we're not even through Thursday? Um I think I've reached this point at Kashik where I don't know how I can only have a good con. I thought about drawing this earlier, but your question inspires me to draw it now. Is if we're treating my last year, so this is AC 2025, as like a graph, I would say it was a tangent where I just rode this wave so high and everything was better and better. And then during the last party, I fucking sobbed and I crashed so hard. And I literally couldn't stop crying for like over an hour because I didn't want it to end. And then AC 2026, I need a bigger graph. AC 2026 was more like realistic. It was more like how life tends to be. Whereas more like a sine wave, where like I had like really like wonderful, incredible moments with people, and then I like something wouldn't go the way that I wanted, and it was like more ho hum and more just like a normal day, and then it would be really incredible again. Like last year was like really special in a lot of different ways, like that cannot be recreated on the yearly, quote unquote, a magical experience. So while this con was more average compared to last year, it was still very good. I still had a really great time. I just like the art furry until this year. In January, you had a I don't want to die, wishing I'd be weirder. Yeah, yeah, good feelings. You've genuinely never been happier. And you also, as a dragon, I'm sure you have so many kobolds just like at your little heels. I don't think I've told you, Axiom. I had this idea for a bit years ago that I never did, so somebody in chat said steal it. Is that I would have a Google form where it's like, oh, do you want to be my kobold? Go submit a Google form and I'll let you know if you pass to be my kobold. Which I still think is funny. Big agree, yeah. Are you gonna get a Fernal Equinox next year? You missed it this year. Really excited. Let's go. Oh, it's your local con too. Need to make more friends you can meet there. Yeah. Rick is a cutie. So true. Yeah, my husband's really good at making local friends, and I'm really good at making internet friends. Well, he's also good at that. Literally, nobody dislikes my husband. Everybody wants to be friends with him because he's so cool, including me, and I love him. Anyway, puppy pizza party. So this was like absolutely a highlight of my convention. So it wasn't just of like the soft pets and the affirmations and like the really really cool group of people that I wanted to get to know. It was also a pizza party, and there was also like alcohol, which is always fun. And but it wasn't like the con environment is not super alcohol filled. It's not a quote unquote party con. This party too matched that, where it's available, but it's not like the point. So we had a good time there. After the pizza came and I had a couple slices, I saw that Keto was on the bed alone. And I hadn't like really interfaced with him at the con. I had seen them earlier in the day, but like we hadn't really chatted. So I wanted to actually have like a nice conversation with them. I don't know if you do this chat where you get to know somebody and then you do research on them by just scrolling down their socials to think what are other things I can talk to them about. I had scrolled through Keto's social and I knew that they had a garden and that they're really into it. So I brought this specifically to show Keto my Herb Crafter's Tarot. I really like this deck. We looked at it a little bit earlier. And I just like showed Keto this deck and we were walking through it. And it was really cute because they're like, oh, I have this in my garden. I have that in my garden. And it just turned into like a really cute conversation point. While I was showing Kita that deck, Rago came on over and they were like, "Oh, Kellev, can we just go to a reading on the other bed?" So we did. We switched to the other bed, and I gave them like ended up being a 3 card tarot reading as we just talked back and forth about feelings. But it was very fun. Yeah, Keto is hot and is cool. Fucking, d- how is every one of our friends so goddamn attractive, Kieran? I don't know how it happens, but it's true. So I gave Rago a reading. Other people went to go cuddle Keto. And Sam adorably was like, "Oh, well, I have all of these dog biscuits, but there's also dog TF biscuits." And of course, they were THC cookies. I've actually never partook in any amount of weed or THC, so I did not partake. But of course, a couple people went to go TF into a dog, which is very fun. Stupid, sexy friend group. Bomberdactyl, the clip of Harbus going stupid sexy Caliph is one of my favorite stupid clips of Harbus. um, but yeah, some people just literally TF'd into dogs. Basky eventually came on by, Silver Bask, and like we had texted a good amount before the con, and just the idea of like reconnection. So I was very happy that Basky stopped by so we could continue the chatter. And of course, there was somebody just laying down on the ground and we were like petting them while also talking, which is a very nice time. I feel like I did a good job this con, if I had to grade myself, at reconnecting with the subset of people that I was hoping to reconnect with, or just get more time with a certain subset of people at this con that I didn't get last year. I feel like those were 2 separate things that I did a very good job with. That's true. Yeah. Kelif and I were busy Moonfang TFing last week. Can't help being a dog. It's just so alluring. I now have this cursed TF object. So therefore I might become a dog a little bit more. While the ad's playing, one thing that I ordered before the con didn't come in until the first freaking day of the con, and I was so annoyed. My husband and I were like, "This is gonna get stolen. Like, it's just gonna sit on our front porch for like a week. There's no way it's gonna be there when we get back." It was here when we drove back. I actually ended up getting an anti-dog barking device because our neighbor's dog has been on a tear for fucking ever. So now I have a button to press to try and not have them bark so much. Fingers crossed it works. Anyway, that was after like months of having to be a problem. Fumble, fumble. I'm gonna press the button. I'm gonna press the button. Fumble. I love internet dogs. Gosh. So there's a game that I played literally 6 years ago on stream, called Breath of Fire 3. There is an enemy inside of Breath of Fire 3, that looks like this. They're like a little Vulcan, but for whatever reason, their ass is like so incredibly defined. So I don't know what made me bring it up. People were just talking about butts at the dog TF party, no surprise. But I had to go find images of how incredibly well defined this rock's ass is. And I don't know what it was about it. Maybe it was the dog TF cookies. Maybe it was the alcohol. But holy, I got such a good laugh out of Basky from this. I so the way that Breath of Fire 3 works is that you can just walk around the world in a 3D space and you can get either the front or the back sprite of an enemy. And the back sprite of this enemy is so perfect. I still laugh at this. I still think about the Vulcan rock ass from Breath of Fire 3 like 6 years later. You tried to nap on your phone for that to TF, but it didn't work. You got to keep trying. Rock Monster is caked the fuck up. Yeah. There's probably technically a clip of this from like 6 years ago of me laughing my ass off of it. I know it's literally shiny. Did I go nerfing the dog TF cookies? Recapture Anthrocon by force. Oh, this is now the Strutsky divide. there's a schism because their bite was so powerful. I actually didn't have any dog TF cookies, but the thing is, I feel like I'm already dog enough. Um, I didn't mention this, but you know Harbus Strutsky. So at the con, people would take photos of the dog TF cookies. Like both Kieran and Cell did this, and they were texting Harbus, "Oh, there's dog TF cookies here," because Harbus is the TF guy, and of course we're all friends with him. Um, Rhaego was texting Harbus, and they're like, Caliph had too many of the dog TF cookies. They're now literally just a feral animal, like on the floor. Let me go find my Harbus DMs because I can show you what I texted them and their response. Yeah, here it is. Lamau, thank you, July 2nd. So I text Harbus just this, like, oh, as pretending as if I'm a feral dog. And they're just like, good boy, Caliph, good boy. And I'm just barking in their DMs. So very much a puppy fueled night. Hi, Cinder. Caliph Smug. Caliph Smug. Hi, Galen. Galen, I didn't know that you knew Marin as well. They said that like you and Ritter and them were like go far back. You think you nabbed one? Oh, you think you got a collar from the same booth? So this is a gift by Lan. This is apparently they got it custom through Collar Factory, so they didn't get it at the con, even if I got it at the con. But yeah, we can do the little tag right here. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. The error. Right there. It's so hard to get it in the camera, but we got it. Oh, you go back a few years? That's awesome. Perfect Harvick's response. Yeah. Cinder, nice to see you. Super comfy and fun. Yeah, let's show off my photo with me on it. Yeah, right here. This is apparently this is the hashtag slay pose that I just entered while talking to Rod and Foodski. But yeah, you can see it just right there. There's the I didn't know they were taking this photo, but they just looked like this. Don't tape your watch at me. What the fuck? Tap, 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 Lamau. I love the Cinder Late emote. It's so fun. Arr, arr. Anyway. Chat, surprising nobody. I did not finish my con recap in 4 hours. Oh, Cinder, did you see my husband's new suit? We were talking about it earlier. They now got a plush cow dragon. Here's the art by Mad Shy. Mad Shy did such a fucking good job on all the concept art. This is made by Rain. Yeah, you can see the Fuzz Factory logo over here. But yeah, they got this delivered at the con. Oh, I see what happened. There's 2 different chat boxes that are on Lamau. Yeah, that was my husband. Yeah, he's right here. Whoa. Lamau. A great bottom heavy suit. He literally can only waddle in this. Harvard's message maybe check sent to DMs. Okay. That's so funny. Wait, that's like during the party, right? All the good boys. Wait, where is it? Right here. I didn't even know you could check statistics like this. That's so funny. So during Anthrocon, Kiba's pet was used like more often than any other time. That's so funny. I'm gonna turn off one of these text boxes because it's annoying me. Studio mode. Hello, studio mode. I don't know which text box is which. Probably this one? Yeah, there we go. Now we're down to 1. That's what I want. Husband has achieved maximum cuteness. So he was actually telling me a story today that he said he forgot. He went by, I'm forgetting the name of the booth. So he went by like a dealer's den booth in suit. The 2 artists there were like, oh, look, God, you're so cute. Oh, like basically fangirling over him. He went actually over to like talk to the artist in suit to be like, I'm real. And according to him, made her cry, which is very cute. He went back to that same dealer's den booth later and they saw that he had a badge of this character and they're like, oh, you were that suitor? And my husband is like, "Do you want me to come back in suit again?" And they're like, "Please." So he got to have like the whole gamut, like the you're in suit and we want to see you, but you're busy. You're out of suit, please come back. Then he came back and he like got a big hug and a photo with the artist. Untippable cow. Nobody can tip this cow only because they have a handler who will prevent it. Kind of cow? Yeah, specifically a cow dragon. I think it says here. Yeah, plush cow dragon. You've seen so many pics of that suit randomly. He got a lot of positive attention at this con. The hard-hitting, data-driven stats we need. Yeah. Kelif, would you let me tip? It'd be funny. You can tip me, and I'm the handler, so then you can get him afterwards as I'm indisposed. The Cowgan. The best feeling while in suit. Cinder, did you see like all the photos of me in the Moonfang suit? I was gonna talk about this later, but let me go find the video. I need to go over here. Oh, I put it in this folder. Where's the Kelefang? There's the Kelefang. It's gonna be the first video. There we go. Yeah, so this was me in suit during like the last full day of the con. This is one of my husband's friends, Wagon, who I had never met before. But they just wanted to like hop around and I was so full of energy. They were like the first suitor that like I interacted with, so I was like max energy. Oh, classic Lacey suit. You're still awaiting the Starcane family photo to see you. Good. Yes, the MP4. Yeah, Felix knew which MP4 it was. Yeah, Strutsky cons really are just the same as VR. Oh, fuck. Strutsky, it was so funny. Every time I saw donuts, they're like, hey, can we do this thing to make Strutsky more jealous that they're not here right now? I hope it wasn't like actually FOMO. I hope it was just you laughing at donuts. But wait, they put like me, my badge, Cell's badge, and their badge all together and take a photo to send to you literally just to make you jealous. After I got these photos, they said they sent some over to you. So yeah, Donuts was like on a mission to specifically make you jealous. Oh, he did the same with you? That's funny. Yeah, this person is very sweet, this wagon person. There were 3 people that did exactly that with you the entire con. That's so fucking funny, actually. I mean, you're already going to your first con later this year, so I'll be excited to hear all about it. You'll get your own little section on the Cinder recap where it's 90% pictures of fursuits and then 30% making fun of Strutsky, and then the rest just getting distracted with chat. I love con recaps. I've had a number of people like I've seen people do con recaps and they don't obsessively have a bunch of photos and stories and they're just going off the cuff. That's very cute, but I also can't imagine being them. But to be fair, they finish. They actually finish in a single stream and I don't. But anyway, I should raid out because I have to go cuddle my husband before he gets too eepy. You saw he's just a plush cow dragon. He needs to be tucked into bed and taken care of. So I'm gonna go take care of my husband. Gosh, you love fursuits. I actually had a lot of fun partialing in Felix's suit. I feel like I don't know, I feel like all the times I fursuited in the past, it like didn't click with me as much. But being able to do it like with Felix felt really good. I still haven't figured out like the why of that. I mean, there's a lot of things it could be, like me just being in actually better shape from all of the running, I'm sure helps. Me like being in somebody else's suit, so I don't really have to think about the character. I just think, well, I can kind of just pretend to be them, like a little bit creature, a little bit bouncy. So yeah, maybe it's something that like I could imagine doing a little bit more in the future as opposed to just kind of hashtag giving up on it. Go cuddle the big moo cow waiting. I can hear the mooing right now. First time you gotta wear more than just a basic head in like 12 years. That's crazy. Anyway, I want to raid Garflin. Garflin is a very fun, cute puppy dog, and they also gave me the most bone-crushing hug that I had at the con. I really like Garflin. If you want high energy puppy dog, they are high energy puppy dog. Good night, Cinder. The buy looks so freaking sad. I did not make it big until like right now. Thanks for a good show. Ritter says hi. Hi, Ritter. Ritter, I'm sure I would have enjoyed the Malort party if I went, but I was so busy petting good dogs, I couldn't leave. Hi, Maddie. Bye, Maddie. That's true. Yeah, photo organizer Garflin. Garflin is so good at like organizing a bunch of people. I'll finish my recap on Sunday. Probably. I can't do 3 streams of a recap. That's too much. Even I can't do that. Anyway, good night, everybody. Have a wonderful rest. I had fun. I'm very happy to be back from the con. I'm very excited to fit into a routine. The productivity will come to me as soon as I start again. And I'm looking forward to getting dinner with Merle tomorrow. That'll be really fun. And yeah, I'll talk to you all later. Good night. Good night.
Chris is here, Silva, Mama Mogi, and Garflin.